At Suncorp Stadium, this is the Brisbane Big League 1994 Grand Final, featuring minor premiers the Redcliffe Dolphins and defending champions West's Panthers.
Hello and welcome to Suncorp Stadium. Yes, Grand Final day. The atmosphere is great. Quite a good crowd building up here today. Many of them, I think, expecting a changing in the guard. There's no doubt at all, West have been the dominant side of the 90s. They've been in 4 consecutive grand finals. They won the last 2, and they won't relinquish this title very easily at all. On the other hand, Redcliffe, minor premiers, they've only lost 4 games this year, but there's enormous pressure on them because you have to go back to 1965, the last time they won a grand final here in Brisbane.
Western Suburbs take the field in the 1994 Grand Final. Schultz, Maguire, Smith, Strutton, Tong, Bowen the captain and Berrigan. And in the forwards, Vivian, Green, Redcliffe, Liddell, Little and Seaby. The Dolphins trying to get their first premiership in 29 years. Canning, Miller, Rick McGrady and his brother Jason in the centres. Smith, Adamson, O'Reilly, the halfback. And in the forwards, Spark, Tweedy, Graham, Rubisam, Collins and Pike. West position for a very deep kick-off, as is the norm. Deep downfield, that's Redcliffe, gets a hold of it. And he'll bring it back 10 metres from his own goal line. Great day for the Dolphins so far. Redcliffe in the Colts, 12 points to 8. And in reserve grade, 32 points to 22. But this is the one that counts. This is the one they want to win. And Vivian, but they're on attack. Inside that's a good straight back. But no, the referee Ian Irwin says he was touching the man as he made that strike. You cannot touch the player as he's about to play the ball. Touch to the right-hand side of the post. There's a look at it. Should not be a problem for a player of his calibre. Not a problem at all. 2 points to 0. The Panthers lead after 9 minutes of the grand final. Dangerous back line. Graham at dummy half to Adamson, to O'Reilly. Out here to Spark. Good defence. Pops it back though. That's a good little pop back. O'Reilly gets into space. He'll go all the way. No, just lost
great
it.
Tackle, Schultz. Just think they can't hold out if they keep making fundamental errors without clearing their ball from their own 30-metre zone.
O'Reilly, he's through. Clean break by O'Reilly. Great defence again by Schultz. Popped it up nicely. Out to Ricky McGrady. Beautiful hands. Through Graham to Ricky McGrady. Beautiful play initially by O'Reilly, the halfback. A number of times we've seen Adamson stand inside O'Reilly, even though they play in reverse halfback 5'8". Adamson often the player to take it first up. And we'll see it here again. Adamson fires it out to O'Reilly. Always players in motion. O'Reilly just holds it up, lets the sliding defence go. Good attempted tackle by Schultz initially, but O'Reilly does beautifully well. Out to Graham, fires the long pass out. Ricky McGrady, too much pace. Brings it around to improve the position. At 4-2 to the Dolphins. He's missed it. The score remains 4 points to 2 after 18 minutes. Along with Adamson. This time Little standing one off the ruck. Long one to Bowen. Chance on the outside with this sliding defence. There's Sam Smith. Feeds it straight away to Maguire. He's in.
That's an easy try.
Well, that's what happens if you want to stack your defence close to your try line. A good passing movement by West. No one running, everyone moving. The only runner was the last man in Maguire, and you could see Smith just go bang and give it to him straight away to make sure he had the most time possible to avoid that cover. Have a look at the short line of Redcliffe. They're only covering less than the last 15 metres. Smith does well, doesn't even try and draw Miller too much. Bang, straight out. And there's Maguire in the corner. Good work. Touchline. Hits it quite well, but it won't have the legs. Just to the right-hand side as well. Score remains 6-4 in favour of the Panthers. 5 metres out, he's a strong player. Collins, Adamson.
He's going to go
from the try line. Not far from the try. Easy. Too easy. 3 of the West players left on the ground, mainly because they didn't move up in that area. Once you're not far out, you must attack the ball carrier. Extend this lead for the Redcliffe Dolphins. Not a problem from right in front. 10-6 in favour of Redcliffe. 15 minutes up to half-time. Will be an advantage. Adamson. The kick up into the sun. This will be a tough one. It's in the in-goal area. They
look at that.
Smith can't get it, but Sheck can. He had all the time in the world. Andrew Sheck. West really made a meal of it. 2 players having a go at it.
Inexcusable from the Panthers. Tong and Schultz breakdown in communication. Redcliffe have reaped the benefits. The high kick was a good one because it went up into the sun. That made it difficult for the Panthers. Right into the sun. That's what they were looking at. The ball knocked clear. Ironically, Smith can't get back, but Schick gets there in plenty of time. Miller from wide out. Hits it pretty well. Got it. Might have even just flicked the upright. 16-6. 8 minutes to go up to half-time. Berrigan has to come into dummy half. Bowen fades across. Found Strutton. Strutton tries to straighten. Cover defence from Graham. Gets his hands free. Puts it over the top. Vivian comes
that's a try.
inside.
Great try.
Great stuff from Wes. Just as Tony was saying, they needed to get that second phase going, to get into the defensive situation, get into the tackles and pop the ball back. West have done exactly that. They've hit back well. After getting a penalty, they were allowed to put some concerted pressure on. Right in front. Straight over. 16-12 now. Still in favour of the Dolphins. 2 minutes to go up to half-time.
Will they have another shot out to the right? Or are they going to go left?
They're going to come straight at him. Up the middle and over. He's over. Brad Pike, the big front rower. Redcliffe have really played it tight. They've just ground their way to this position. They did well to knock the ball Indian goal area. They used all 5, and then rather than kick, they used number 6 as well. Miller. Can he add 2 more? Yes, he can. 22 points to 12. The Panthers still alive with 17 minutes to go. This match, the grand final. Berrigan takes it straight back out. Poor pass up to Bowen. Gets a hold of it. Stratton looks for Bowen. Bowen, great cover defence from Schick.
Oh, fantastic work to come out of that scrum. Bowen was all
Must
four.
score on the left.
Look at this.
Why would you do it, Craig Bowen? You're lucky to get that penalty. And one in the bin. Jason McGrady, 10 minutes. They'll play 10 men now, almost for the entire rest of the game. Smith is in.
A try.
Sam Smith. Well, they were arguing. Sam Smith said, well, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to play football.
Oh,
West have come up with the points. Johnny Little wants it quickly. Bowen tries to step up the middle, finds Berrigan. Berrigan decides to dummy. He's his way through. Barry Berrigan is quick. He lacks support. Now he's got it in Bowen. Bowen, great cover defence by Tom
fantastic
O'Reilly.
work.
Play on quickly. West want it. Come forward, Little. They're offside, surely.
It's got to be.
Play on. No. Oh, now come on. Ian Irwin has called a knock on. To go in the grand final. Looks for the blind side. Out to Spark. Tries to get through. Pops it back inside to Tweedy. Kahu Tweedy gets it inside the 20 metres. And a penalty. I think you should take the 2 points. It'll get them out to 6 points in front. Miller. Has he done it? Yes. 24 points to 18. They lead. 4.5 minutes to go in the match. Still with 12 men. 18 in favour of Redcliffe.
No time for the...
Johnny Little decides they'll run it. Outside to Fuller to Elliott. Tackle back on the inside. There's the hooter. Stratton, can he get his hands free? No, he can't. He's surrounded by 4 players. 4 Dolphins. They've done it. 29 years it's been the drought. A number of West players slumped to their knees. The Redcliffe players jumped for joy because they've finally done it. They've had plenty of attempts in 29 years, and it's only today they've scored a great victory, 24 points to 18. A great victory for Redcliffe. Tony Curry with the Lang Park Trust, man of the match.
Well, David, I couldn't split the halves. Adamson and Tom O'Reilly, fantastic games. They went on the strength of the forward play. I'm going to have to go for Adamson with his greater kicking game. Fantastic game from the young fella.
There it is. For Redcliffe, tries by McGrady, Adamson, Schick and Pike. Miller kicked 4 from 5. Good effort from Wayne Miller. And for West, they weren't disgraced. They were the premiers. They went down fighting. Maguire, Vivian Smith and Mark Maguire kicked 3 from 4.
On ABC Sport, this is the grand final of the Brisbane Rugby League between Redcliffe and Souths to determine the 1996 Premiership.
Welcome to the 1996 Brisbane 4X Premier League Grand Final. This competition has been a long-standing one, going way back to 1909. The tradition continues today, and it's the turn of Redcliffe and Southern Suburbs to do battle for the honour and the glory. Redcliffe, premiers 2 years ago. Southern Suburbs have been in the semi-finals the last few years running. Redcliffe, 2 weeks ago, beaten in a dramatic match for the Queensland Cup by Toowoomba.
The kick-off by Wayne Miller. Chips it downfield. There is a swirling breeze. That was an awkward one there. Over the head, there's Floyd Hill. He picks it up, but can only get it to around about 12 metres out. Souths have been nowhere near their opponent's try line until this point in time. There's Benson. Benson looks straight through. Held the ball out in front of me. Greg Benson held it up for a moment, then put the accelerator down. For some inexcusable reason, the Dolphins held off. And for that reason, Benson just said, thank you, I'm away. There was no extra men. They didn't need to hold off. They had the numbers.
You're dead right, David. It's been all Redcliffe to now. Souths have been making mistakes. They just managed to get the ball back after the penalty. Here's Benson. Plenty of defence there. Little hole opened up as he held up the ball in between Kahu Tweedy and Peter Robinson.
Faded side, but hooks it. Not a good kick there from Floyd Hill. The score, 4 points to 0 after about 9 minutes of play.
And go straight towards the try line.
Got back behind his man in time. It's play on now. Gould with numbers out wide, fires the long pass. It's Shipway, tries to get outside, back inside is Hewinson. He looks for his fullback, gives it instead to O'Reilly. Great hands by Redcliffe, keeping it alive on the ground. Robinson scoots it back, chance for Kahu Tweedy, and it goes, it's Cotter, the big front row scores! Graham Cotter scores for Redcliffe. They kept the ball alive. There must have been some 15 passes involved as it went from one side of the field to the other.
Redcliffe knew they had to score from this play. They threw it everywhere. Tony Gould with the big long pass there. But just keep your eye on, there's all sorts of passing going on here, but Tony Gould just cleans up here just when Redcliffe needed it. The ball goes to the ground, and he comes from nowhere to scoop it up and set play going to the right-hand side of the field. And Graham Cotter, well, he's a confidence player, and this will do him the world of good.
4 all at the moment. Hits it very nicely. The wind will bring it around beautifully. Right down the middle. Great kick from Miller. He's in that side for Aaron Douglas, and he's out of the extras. The Dolphins lead by 6 points to 4. Would say inside out. There's Dinduck, gets around that first line of defence, and then Brimble from the inside grabs him by the scruff of the neck and throws him into touch. The opportunity here for the Magpies. There's Nocon. Nocon lets one go, fires this long pass out into lane, out to Brimble. Brimble steps back to the inside. Brimble through 2. Great work from Mark Brimble. He had plenty of work to do when he got that ball. There were 2 players to beat, and Brimble raises his hand in acknowledgement of what was a fine try. Some good work on the inside too from Peter Nocon out to Lane, and then Brimble had all the work to do.
And the reason they had the extra man out here was because Mark Lane stood wide and Floyd Hill came from the far wing. Put enough pressure on the defence to give Brimble the chance there to beat 2 men with brilliant footwork. Great work.
Almost from the touchline. Hits it, squirts it out to the right-hand side. No goal, but the Magpies have the lead of 8 points to 6. Dummy half, gets out of that position. Looks out there to Nocon. Nocon looks for a bit of support, runs around behind one of his own players in Brendan Williams. And Souths, on the very second tackle of their recovery play, have once again given away an opportunity. Miller can square it all up. And there's the angle he's got. Hits it nicely again, curling it beautifully. Through. Miller squared it up. 8 all. Let's have a look here. There's Miller going down there, and you can see Buckley. He's just got him in. He was like a little train, just hanging onto the jersey as they're running along the field. And it was fairly obvious Buckley penalised for that. He wasn't going to let him get away, but has he allowed Redcliffe to get the lead at half-time? Wayne Miller, the perfect record so far. Hits it nicely again, curling around. Has he got the legs? Yes, he has. What a kick from Miller. What a selection, Wayne Miller, who has played very little first grade this year with Aaron Douglas in the side. Aaron Douglas.
Because we know in the Queensland Cup final that Toowoomba were complaining about Redcliffe's tactics.
Pass held up there from Floyd. There's Jared Williams back on the inside to Buckley. He's in a bit of space. Looks for support. Finds support. I think it was Mick Davis. He's brought down on the 6th tackle.
Chance to get some good field position.
Yeah, we talked about that, mate. We talked about that, you know.
He wasn't.
Oh, South very close.
O'Grady is over the line.
Get it down.
Held up was the one that was called forward, going across the play. I didn't think it was. The white line to me said it was fine.
Well,
But the referee, there's the one that counts.
I'll stand in the middle and say it was flat. But either way, Souths are over the line twice within 60 seconds, unable to get a four-pointer from Williams. And back on the 30, Redcliffe. O'Reilly wraps around Gould. Now gets it out to Tweedy. A little flat-footed, though, this time as the South defence comes up. They've escaped the trap. Robinson handballs it on to Miller. He's got men outside. They both go inside. Miller pops it back nicely. Great football here. Hurren's still going. Hurren to Smallhorn. Smallhorn scores for Redcliffe. There's the reward for the persistent attack that they've shown in the last couple of minutes. After the dropout, they came back at South again. There from the hooker Smallhorn. Here's Hinchy slipping it away. Out it goes to O'Reilly, and they keep it alive.
Good work from Robinson. He just batted it on. Miller was in a bit of space there. Floyd Hill had gone up to try and block the passes. There's Miller, does beautifully to get it back on the inside. And Cameron Hurren, he knew someone was going to be there. He realised it was late in the tackle count. Pops the pass up. Smallhorn, who backs up beautifully, scores the try. Athens, the way he's been kicking, you'd have to think he was ascending. And he's hooked it. So the Dolphins retain a lead of 6 points.
I think Lane was desperate to get it to the overlap, and he forced the pass.
Offside.
It on.
Offside inside the 10, and you would have to think Wayne Miller, who demanded the kick.
Miller, not far off centre field, puts it up high, brings it straight between the posts, judges the breeze perfectly, hits it well.
Tackle.
Brimble never got a chance at it. Here they go on the last tackle. They're close.
Must be offside.
Buckley dives and he's sure. No, he's over. Referee's scored a try. Shane Buckley's in for Souths. They hit back just when they needed the try. Great break made by Williams on the end of a long pass from Nocon to take them to within 10 metres, and then Buckley used his strength to force his way over at 16-12 in favour of Redcliffe.
The Magpies back in the match. Williams got that pass, a good pass it was from Nocon. Got on the outside there of Gould. Away goes Williams, only one to beat, and that was Denduck. Brimble was coming up on his left-hand side. Williams tries the step. Denduck covers him pretty well. South needed a quick play the ball. There was some suggestion there of a knock-on. Brimble picks it up. O'Grady takes those couple of paces that were oh so important, and the experience of Shane Buckley to surge forward, the strength of Buckley to get across the try line. That was the last tackle. They had only that chance.
Which just didn't have time to regroup.
Sean O'Grady taking the kicks. Missed another one, the Magpies. So the score remains 16 points to 12.
On their own 20, the Magpies. Nocon throws a long pass to Buckley. Out now to Alous, who's lingering in the centres. Buckley still going. Benson throws the dummy. Has Brimble outside, goes back inside. Buckley crashes his way over the halfway. 25 seconds to go. Still a couple of tackles up their sleeve. Williams through the hands of O'Grady. Wakefield to Nocon. Oh, Brown puts it down. Shane Brown puts it down.
That's the grand final.
Shane Brown had the chance. He couldn't hang on to it.
Redcliffe have done it. They come back after 2 weeks.
That's time. Full time in the grand final. Full time. Redcliffe hanging on to their 4-point lead. Are under pressure. South threw plenty at them, but it's the Dolphins who are the 1996 Brisbane Premiers, defeating Southern Suburbs 16 points to 12. But they had to weather plenty from the Magpies.
Well, they sure did. South at the end of the day have scored 3 tries to 2, but that doesn't matter. It's points on the board that count, and Redcliffe, through the kicking of Wayne Miller, they've come home. And there's the elation of victory for the Redcliffe Dolphins. And there'll be plenty of celebrations down on the peninsula. They won the grand final 2 years ago here, and now they've managed to come back again. They always felt that they were a good chance even last year. And there's the victory song for the Redcliffe Dolphins, and Wally Fulton-Smith, of course, who is an ex-Redcliffe player, would be very, very happy with the performance from his old club. Danny Nutley, there he is, gets to his feet, holds the cup. He's still got enough strength to get the cup in the air, and he's had an outstanding season.
Welcome to Lang Park for the grand final, the Brisbane competition. It's a repeat of our grand final 2 weeks ago in the Queensland Cup when Redcliffe scored that dramatic win after the bell. Well, East are out for revenge. Maybe they can share the premierships, or maybe Redcliffe can have a double celebration. David Wright with us again in commentary. Last time this year, should be another beauty like last time, but can Redcliffe win too?
I think they can, Jerry. I think they can make history here this afternoon because I don't think there's as much pressure on them as there will be on the Tigers. Let's have a look at the team. It's exactly the same side that took the field 2 weeks ago in the grand final, although there has been one change to the squad.
Take a look at their starting lineup. Leon Yateman's the fullback, Robbie Braun and Peter Turner are the wingers, with Beattie and Baker at the centres. The halves are Sippel and McPherson. With Wakefield, Cesarago and Evans make up the back row. Nielsen, Williams and Cotter are a strong front row, and their coach is Gavin Payne.
And the Redcliffe team led out by Ian Graham. Ian Graham going out, obviously a special tribute to him. And there's Selwyn Toby, part of the lineup. And Redcliffe looking to get 2 in a row. They've won the Queensland Cup. Can they win the Brisbane Premiership as well? They look pretty relaxed about it all as they come out for this grand final of the Brisbane Premiership.
The Tigers have been out on the field for quite some time and they've stood in a bit of a huddle there. It should be a very fast and open game.
Stewie Burnt is the referee. Anthony Singleton will be kicking off. He's also had his curly locks cut short. It's not easy for the commentators when they do things like that, but not to worry. Nielsen takes it forward. He's still got his rich dark hair and is caught just short of his own 20-metre line.
Redcliffe in the last 2 occasions have come up winners, 18-14 in the semi-final 4 weeks ago, and in the Queensland Cup Grand Final it was 18-16. So Redcliffe have managed 18 points, which has been enough on both occasions.
Previously in the other minor grade grand finals, the Colts, Redcliffe beat East by 46 points to 4, and Redcliffe also got up in reserve grade as we see a break here, and a chance for the Tigers in A grade rather. Redcliffe 30 beat East 26.
Can he make it 2-0 in the grand final? Yes, he can. Reads it perfectly, slightly into the breeze on this occasion, although it does gust from time to time. And Redcliffe have got first points. They lead by 2 points to 0. He's being very courageous in his attempts to do so, but he's in trouble. Intercept! Cameron Harron put the glasses down. Harron picked this one up beautifully. He just angles away from Leon Yateman, and just what the Tigers didn't need, an intercept in a grand final. Redcliffe were quite happy to get a hold of it. I think it may have been Cesarago who threw the pass.
Well, standard moves haven't brought tries so far in this game, and it was probably becoming a little bit frustrating. Cesarago with the offload there. Cameron Harron going straight inside, accepting the pass, and he was in the clear. There was no chance anybody was going to get to him. He just accelerated to make sure that he got to the line. Well, he's kicked it pretty well, but no goal. And so the score remains 6 points to 0 in favour of the Dolphins over East. We've got 14 and a half minutes to go until half-time.
Looking very dangerous in doing so. Williams out of dummy half, scored a try in the other grand final. Pops it back into simple numbers here. Cotter's off. Here goes Douglas. Put your glasses down. The fastest man on the field. Would you believe it? Redcliffe, it's their day at this stage. They've got another runaway try. Aaron Douglas picks up a lost ball by Graham Cotter.
So let's see if he tries a similar style. Well, this time it's more to the middle. Last time he almost gave us heart failure, but this time he's put it between the uprights. And so it's 12 points to 0 in favour of Redcliffe over East.
The fifth. Redcliffe in great shape, both sides. They come. Oh, Mogg, straight up the middle. Mogg has made it. Oh, no, the Tigers went to sleep after an untidy play the ball. And Adam Mogg zeroed straight up the middle and got close enough to the try line to reach out. The Dolphins, well, they made it 16-0, and there's only 2 minutes up to half-time.
Yes, and it was the Tigers who needed to score just before half-time, but it's Redcliffe. Adam Mogg couldn't believe it. He looked past the ball, looked up, there's nobody there. Few problems with, and he should convert this one. Looks pretty good. Up go the flags, and Redcliffe, well, they're really dominating now, leading by 18 points to 0. Into the sunshine they go. The sun's been shining on the Dolphins for the last couple of weeks. They've been enjoying life. James Hinchy, hero of the grand final, spits a nice pass to Wilson. Wilson's in the clear. He's got support in Douglas, and over he goes for his second try in the grand final. Aaron Douglas scores again, and Redcliffe might have sewn it up already. They lead by 22 points to 0.
That's more like the Dolphins. That's their best try by far in this particular game. It's their fourth, but they created that very nicely. George Wilson put into a gap, I think, by James Hinchy. Gould out of dummy half. There's Hinchy. Fires the pass up to Wilson. Put him into the gap. He had players either side. Feature of the Redcliffe game was their backup. He decided on Aaron Douglas on the outside. He could have taken Adam Mock back on the inside. He didn't need him. As Singleton tries to hoist this one between the uprights. Hits it again perfectly. What a kicking performance by Anthony Singleton. The confidence is summed up in that man. 24-0 in favour of the Dolphins. That's the 5th tackle. Will they run it? Cesarago decides to hoist it in the air. It's gone fairly deep though. Selwyn Toby. No! Sybil! Sybil has snatched it away from Selwyn Toby. And to the everlasting credit of the Tigers, they've come forward to catch that one. Snatch it away from Toby. They get their first try. It's 24-4. With 16 minutes to go in the Brisbane Grand Final.
Well, the time had to come for East to get a little bit of fortune too. And there's the high kick. Now the follow through there, Selwyn Toby and Cameron Hurren both going for it, almost a mix-up between those two.
And try. Across the breeze, not far out though. He just pushes it, but just gets it inside that right-hand upright. 24-6 it is in favour of the Dolphins. Out on the left-hand side to Gould. They've got numbers here if they can exploit it. There's James Hinchy, straightens it up, going very close. Leon Yateman's got a hold of him. Hinchy pops it up. Yes! Yes, it's been tucked in flight as well. The try has been scored. I think it may be Cameron Hurren who scored it. No, Aaron Douglas perhaps. And that could be his hat-trick. Aaron Douglas off a good pass ultimately from Hinchy. Hat-trick.
Yes, a tremendous performance, and Redcliffe just way too good. And there's Hinchy, who scored that dramatic last-moment try in the Queensland Cup Grand Final, and he's able to slip it away there. And Hurren was the man just sitting right behind him. Aaron Douglas and
the boys, but really they haven't used their back line as we perhaps would have expected.
Well, that's why, because they haven't controlled the ball in the middle.
Cleel, wow, what an offload by Cleel to Ackerman and back to Miller. Miller, back to Ackerman again. What a combination, and stepping back inside, Canning has scored. He's over again. Now the celebrations can well and truly start for the Dolphins. They go to a 32 points to 6 lead. Bevan Canning scores another try for them, and it's all red and white.
We're still able to offload this ball. Have a look at this. Plenty of attention. They went high on him. The big man pops it out the back door. Ackerman keeps it alive. Fires the pass up here to Miller. Good pass out again to Ackerman. He looks on the outside and finds Bevan Canning. The step and the duck. What's this? Underneath. And almost loses it. Just manages to control it and get it down. And that's what happens when you're leading 28 points to 6. You know, with a couple of minutes to go in the grand final. You can do these things. You can duck, you can dive, you can have the ball dislodged, and somehow or other they all seem to stick because confidence is sky high, and you can just go on and play it with all your ability. Have a look at this. Bevan Canning, step back on the inside, under Sipple. The ball was...
There are men lining up. It goes back. Ian Graham, field goal attempt. It's kicked it. What a hero! And Redcliffe lead by 35 points to 6. Be careful, he might put another one on the Tigers. No, he can't. And that's it. Full time. The 1997 premiers are the Redcliffe Dolphins, and they are indeed in all 3 grades. They won the Colts, they won the A grade, and they've won the Premier grade premiership. Redcliffe 35, East 6. After Redcliffe also won the Queensland Cup, and the red and white army from up on the peninsula have come down to watch a great grand final, and they look pretty pleased with themselves too up on the peninsula. Even the smallest of fans as the youngsters join their dads. And what a special moment. And while he might not quite remember that, certainly Dad will. Hello and welcome to Lang Park for the big one. This is the premiership decider, the Queensland Cup Grand Final. Redcliffe up against East. Redcliffe earned the right to go straight into the grand final 2 weeks ago by beating East. Last week, East knocked out Wests after their gallant run through the semi-finals. And so now we have the two teams that have really performed so well through the season. The winner today wins the cup. For the loser, well, they'll stay alive in the Brisbane Premiership, and you never know, they might be able to make amends in that. With us again, David Wright. This should be a wonderful grand final.
Terry, I think it'll be a beauty. Main reason is I think this is the two best attacking sides in the competition. We're not going to see a doer turnout here this afternoon. I think we're going to see some sweeping attack from both ends of the field.
Here come the Dolphins. Peter Robinson just walking out slowly. And now into a trot. And what a lineup they have. As we saw a little bit earlier, this Dolphins team, it's pretty hard to criticise the lineup. So much power and strength in the forwards. The wonderful versatility of that, the base of the scrum there with Tony Gould and lock and Anthony Singleton and Peter Robinson the halves. And there he is, the captain, Peter Robinson.
Peter Robinson leads by example. The Mighty Tigers led out by Mark Cesarago. They got to the grand final the hard way. They'll say they're well prepared, I'm sure. It's a very handy side the Tigers have got from the park. Cesarago leads by example.
Green. And the Queensland Cup grand final is underway. So the first touch of the ball, well, it's gone over the dead ball line, but it bounced just before it did, so it went pretty close to going out on the full.
Game of millimetres it is, because that has bounced in the field of play and then out, and therefore it's a goal line dropout. Bit of a horror start for the Dolphins. They thought the wind would carry this ball out over the dead ball line. Really, they hadn't positioned themselves correctly there. Quite a strong breeze behind the Tigers in the first half.
A little windy on the sideline, Greg Dowling.
Yes, it certainly is. It's beautiful conditions really down here. It's 24 degrees. The ground is an absolute picture. And as you said, the west-southwesterlies blowing will favour East in that first half. And that's the start they wanted.
Got options both sides. It goes to Robinson on the right and then Singleton. And now Graham heads for the line. Can he offload to Canning? Has he got a double movement?
Double movement. Double movement. Bevan Canning couldn't help himself. Good set piece back on this blind side. Ian Graham off the pass up to Canning, and Canning must get caught short. The defence is there by Yateman, short, and well, he certainly didn't make a double movement. That's an interesting decision at the outfit, but he's on the injured list and has been for the last few weeks. There's Sipple, out to Cesarago, little set piece, back to Sipple, chances here, they created something, back on the inside to Leon Yateman. The defence tries to get hold of him, couple of grabs, Leon Yateman, very close, got it! Wow, what an effort by Yateman! There were players hanging off him over 8 or 9 metres, and Yateman just kept slipping through, pushing away, and finally got close enough to slam it down.
Here we see the ball being moved. Out wide, Cesarago backs around, and now Sipple runs forward, gets the pass back inside to Yateman. Now look at the way he pushes off one after another. There's total determination on the face. He's not going to let anybody get in his way. They can hold on to his jumper, to his shorts, to everything else, but he makes sure that he goes over.
Nice
Wonderful
work.
try.
Beautiful set piece, this one from the Tigers. That was the little wrap around. Sipple does well to turn it back on the inside. Yateman, hands on him from 8 metres out. And he just kept, no, it was more than 8. He was 15 metres out when they first touched him. But he then brushed through 3 or 4 to score it. Right in front. Hooks it through very comfortably. 6 points to 0. Good try, Greg.
It certainly was.
Just out there quickly. Williams goes the blind side instead. Still going Williams. He might score. He's going down. Dale Williams has gone over for the time.
Punch up. There's a big punch up on. Sorry, Jerry. Peter Robinson got in and threw a few. There's one East player down. They've got the try they're after. They also got a bit extra trouble though. He got himself into a spot of bother here. This was the right way to come, not a problem there. I thought the play was on to throw the pass. Bumps out of that. Should have been taken there by Gould, and then they just fell away from him. Tell you what, you'd want to be a mate, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Mason on the face did the kicker.
Which Painter wouldn't have wanted the Welsh on a shout.
Petry's got his eyes closed by lying on the ground.
Scott Sipple a chance to get 2 points and 5 fingers. Kicked it pretty well. Flags go up. Conversion successful. And the Tigers lead by 12 points to 0. Redcliffe across the line. Now, a try. Simple as you like. Scored by Anthony Singleton from dummy half. Well, all of a sudden you sing their praises in the defence, and suddenly there's a huge gap that Anthony Singleton said thank you very much.
Lack of concentration by the Tigers. We just saw a dummy half try by Dale Williams a little bit earlier. Have a look at this. You've got to watch the man with the ball, and Singleton, ever alert, last tackle. That's almost unbelievable.
Turn their game around. Well, that's, yes, there. Good conversion from Anthony Singleton, and now just 6 points the difference. East 12, Redcliffe 6.
The open side, the Dolphins scream for support. Cesarago lets one go. That's a beautiful ball. Has it turned out? Out to Robbie Braun. Can he make it? Yes! Rob Braun has scored it. Robbie Braun in the corner. McPeter, and every second. The pass was by Sipple. The inside pass was the real good ball. Robbie Braun, wow, he just scores that. That'll be worth having a close look at, Jerry.
Down.
I think he did. This is a good effort. The pass out in front, the key one. Cesarago, he was the one who threw that pass. The skipper, out to Sipple. Sipple, another cut-out pass to Braun. They've got it on the flank, and he just turns to get it down on the second time. So
he's kicked it reasonably well, but away to the right, no goal. So the score remains 16-6 in favour.
By Singleton, he wasted his extras.
Hurren away now to Robinson. Robinson with a long pass to Hitchie. Hitchie from the line and got there, scored. Hitchie goes over, and finally the Dolphins get the try that has been eluding them for so long. With 14 minutes left in the game, it's now 16-10 with the conversion to come.
He decided he was going to be the one to score. Singleton a good long ball out here. Robinson another good long ball. Hitchie had plenty of numbers. But as the defence held off, he threw the little dummy, he kept going, he spun, he turned, he got to the try line.
And hope that the breeze will take it between the uprights. And he's done it well. He's got the conversion from out wide. And now it's 16-12. 12 minutes left in the game. What a grand final, Greg Dowling. Fine support, but that's the fifth
Gaps
tackle.
on the left, gaps on the left.
1 minute to go. Gould with the long pass. Hitchie's won it. Hitchie's gone over for the try, but the conversion has to come.
It's all locked up, 16-all. What a finish. Can Singleton win the grand final? And it will come after the hoot of this kick. There are 50 seconds to go in the match in normal time. The cheer squad jump and bounce around. The players can't. They are exhausted. The pass, I think it was from Gould. It was tantalisingly close to an intercept. Couldn't be taken, brushed away. Hitchie slipped over. Could they sacrifice another try? No. James Hitchie gets it across.
Singleton always takes his time.
Hits it, hooks it. The wing will help it. It's there. They won it. They won it after the hooter. The Dolphins have done it. They jump in the air. The supporters do the same. What a kick by Anthony Singleton.
They trailed for 80 minutes. 84 minutes they were behind Redcliffe. They're in front after the hooter. They have won the Queensland Cup by 18 points to 16. Anthony Singleton, what a hero. Under immense pressure, he had to allow for the breeze. He allowed for it beautifully. It snuck inside the right-hand upright. There he is, right in the middle of the picture. Anthony Singleton, Lindsay there, Troy Lindsay, number 10. Johnny Boxall, what a relief it must be for the coach. And plenty of hugs. And what a feeling. They lost last year's Queensland Cup on grand final day. Today, they have won the Queensland Cup.
Being presented to the Redcliffe captain, Peter Robinson. Now, Peter.
And the Redcliffe supporters went wild, and the Redcliffe players absolutely delighted with themselves. What a way to win a grand final. It's the sort of thing that dreams are made of. When it's one of those real cases of how do you feel? Well, how are those guys feeling at the moment? Absolutely on top of the world. They had 80 minutes of frustration trying to get into the lead in this game, and it didn't come until right after the 80 minutes had been concluded. 4 wonderful grand finals there, and the tradition is really building in the Queensland Cup, and now we're set for grand final number 5, and the 2 teams in contention for the Queensland Cup of 2000 are Toowoomba, who won the major semi-final, and they're up against Redcliffe, and they are 2 of the really dominant teams of the Queensland Cup competition in its history as well. When we look at the semi-final results, it was a big win for Toowoomba over Redcliffe to march straight into the grand final, and then last week Redcliffe were able to come back and turn it around against East. And a terrific crowd at Lang Park, Rugby League headquarters, for this big grand final of the Queensland Cup for 2000, and a few of your mates there, David.
Yes, Jerry, and there's one of the special guys. We're tribute to Chipsy today, Chipsy Harrington. There he is waving. Chipsy's doing a bit tough at the moment. A couple of old brothers boys, Lenny Dittmar, Johnny Layden, Mick Seary, they're all there, Bobby Cock and Paddy Hannon. There's about 40 guys brothers there today. They'll have a great day.
And out comes the Redcliffe team. They were well beaten in the major semi-final, but they came back in a blaze of glory last week. And there's their captain, Craig O'Dwyer, a tremendous captain, an experienced player. He actually played in a grand final with Norths at 5'8", and here he is captaining Redcliffe. And Redcliffe, well, just look at that lineup. There's so much experience in the side. Adam Mogg at fullback, George Wilson and Trent Lease give him plenty of speed and power on the wings, and John Olzard and Damien Richters are very skillful centres. Then Tony Gould, the master kicker at 5'8". Barry Denduck is a will-o'-the-wisp. He can do anything at halfback, and a tremendous forward pack, and that's where they might have the advantage over Toowoomba. Bob Campbell, Troy Lindsay and Craig O'Dwyer up front, and then Lou Scott, James Hinchy and Danny Burke. You could argue they've got one of the best packs in the competition.
The Toowoomba boys would love to go on with the job too. They were first into the grand final 2 weeks ago, winning the major semi, and they're led out there by Damon Keating. Great effort by Keating to lead this side. He suffered a car accident many years ago that challenged his career. Otherwise, there's no doubt he had the potential to go on and be one of the top Broncos players. He did make his debut for the Bronx this year. Let's have a look at the Toowoomba side. It is a beauty. These are the Broncos' young guns, the players of the future. Justin Hodges is at fullback. Adam Warwick and Chris Walker are the wings, 2 very good players. Brent Tate and Alex Wilson, big strong centres. Paul Warwick, one of the most delicate kickers in the game, left or right foot. Jace Van Dyke at half-back. Corey Parker, Michael Ryan and Damon Keating up front, and Darren Matt, Neil Wyatt and Darren Ingram make up a very hard-working back row. The referee is Tony Maxsood. They've got a great bench, the Toowoomba side.
Right, you're right.
It's coached by Ivan Hinjak. We are in for one great game.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, the players have probably got a few butterflies at the moment, and certainly lots of people in the stand as well. Tony Maxsood says time on, and the 2000 grand final of the Queensland Cup is underway. Redcliffe with the first use of the ball as it's carted out up almost to their 10-metre line.
By Warwick, George Wilson, long pass out the goal, flicks through the hands to Warwick, up there to Denduck, steps on the outside, good chance, it's wide now, out there to Olzard, beautifully out to Trent Lease. What a try by the Dolphins, one side of the field to the other. We saw them do it last week. This is not easy to get the ball from one corner post to the other, and take a lot of credit here, Tony Gould. Pressure was coming for him. He was the first receiver, and he just flicked it over his head, and then Barry Denduck searched to the right.
Yeah, and there goes Denduck with his searching run, fires the pass out wide, and beautiful quick hands immediately to Lease, because he was the man who was in the open, and all he had to do was head for the line. By the time the defence got there, he was through. It was a good run by Bobby Campbell. It was really good work by George Wilson, racing into a dummy half. Then they flung it across, and this is Denduck, drawing defender after defender, creating the overlap, and then the pass out wide from Olzard onto Lease, and Lease puts it down for the try.
Great form with the boot this year, Richters, and in good form all round. He hooks it around, hits the uprights, and bounces away. Well, this will be a game of millimetres, and there's one indication. There's a 15 to 20 metre gap to the outside man. Troy Lindsay there, huge gap there. Lindsay, the big man across. Well, what were Toowoomba thinking? The gap was enormous there near the uprights. They had gaps everywhere for that matter. And Troy Lindsay just spotted it and used his strength to bustle through the attempted tackles.
Well, the power and the strength and the experience of Redcliffe are starting to play in the last couple of minutes. And here we see the run by Troy Lindsay. Now look at the strength he shows. He's still short of the line there, reaches out, and despite the fact he's got 3 men hanging onto him, comes up with a try. Good bulking finishing work. And there, Mitchell, or Denduck rather, firing the pass to him. Corey Parker fell off the tackle. And with Kerrod Walters and Dennis White hanging on, he's able to cart them across the line and come up with a most important try. He can put Redcliffe well out in front. He's kicked that one okay. Up go the flags, and it's 10-0 in favour of Redcliffe. Back-to-back penalties against Toowoomba set them back on their heels. Clydesdale's on the left. Walters sends it out in that direction to Warwick. Turn back inside here. Go! It's Justin Hodges! And Hodges has scored the try underneath the goal post.
Hold everything. Video.
Well, Hodges is the big-time player. Well,
Fantastic work done by Warwick, Jerry, to set this up for Hodges.
Redcliffe player was taken out.
Redcliffe player taken out. He wants it checked out. Well, this could be sensational. Redcliffe player taken out. Let's have a look. There was one dummy runner. There's the dummy runner by Webb. He wasn't taken out at all. The Toowoomba player was tackled without the ball. Justin Hodges through the middle. That's a fair try for mine, and a very good one at that. Carl Webb was the decoy. He didn't take anyone out. He was barreled.
Got that, Dennis?
And now Warwick, with all the confidence in the world, setting up to take the shot for goal. Surely they're going to award a try here.
I agree with you, David. It's just a beautiful play, isn't it? The pass on the inside, but not to the man you think's going to get the ball, the big fellow Webb. Instead, it's Hodges, and no one's going to stop him.
Play on. Got to be a try. Got to be a try for mine, and we've got a ball game on our hands. And it was a good try as well. Let's have a look at a good set piece. They finally got a set piece going after nothing going on. They've just taken the wrong man there. And Hodges, look at this footwork. Step back inside, went sideways around about 1.5 metres with one of those side steps, and then straightened up. Great work. There's the try. The Clydesdales are back in the match.
Conversion attempt from Warwick is successful. And at half-time, it's 10-6 in favour of Redcliffe over the Toowoomba Clydesdales.
Into dummy half, Dwyer. Good rapid run here by Luke Scott. Oh, that's high. It's gone unchallenged. They're set on the right end. O'Dwyer, the dummy! Craig O'Dwyer! The experience of the little hooker shows the dummy. They had some good wrapping players coming to the right-hand side. It opened up like Sydney Heads. They really had punched down this right-hand side. There'll be a caution on the run now, or a caution for number 12 in Neil Wyatt for the high tackle. But have a look at this open up. Dummy runners down one side. Away go Toowoomba. O'Dwyer steps back. The gap was there. He goes low and hard. Kerrod couldn't stop him. And he just gets that down too, O'Dwyer. Kerrod was hoping that perhaps it hadn't touched the grass. Can get it back to a 10-point lead, and probably should from this position. Hits it nicely. Pushes it though. He's pushed it to the right-hand side. 14-6 in favour of the Dolphins.
Craig O'Dwyer's taken the odds to it. If he hadn't scored this try, they might have been wishing that he'd passed the ball with the overlap out wide, but he realised that Rob Campbell was attracting 2 or 3 defenders. He opened up the space on the inside and dives through it, hurdles through it. Craig O'Dwyer is a very cunning dummy half player. And it's the minor premiers, the team who've done it all season, who are going to win the grand final.
Yeah, Neil Wharton in his first effort as coach in the big time has come up with the top grade, and that's a nice way to finish it. Tony Gould kicks into touch. They've won it. They've taken out the crown, the Bundy Gold Cup.
Yeah, and the supporters from Redcliffe, they realise it as the referee, Tony Maxud, rules full-time, and the Redcliffe Dolphins have become the first team to win the Queensland Cup for a second time. 14 points to 6. Neil Wharton being congratulated by the officials from the Redcliffe Club, and they're the players themselves. And what a special moment this is for Big Bob Campbell, who currently is shaking hands with the referee. Neil Wharton there, the coach. And here we have the Redcliffe players themselves. Dennis White from Toowoomba showing the disappointment of what it's like to lose a grand final. There, James Hinchy in the middle of the picture. His last game for Redcliffe. What a send-off. Don't be surprised if they throw him on their shoulders. What a terrific game he had too. He was desperate in defence in the grand final. Showed fantastic courage as always. Green and white here there as you came across the bridge on the Horton Highway. There were all the supporters, the balloons and the green and white colours of Ipswich. There was a plane flying over the top in green and white colours and trailing a big sign. And Andrew Hamilton, one of the special players of this competition. He is a superb distributor of the ball. He's a real football brain, and he will lead this team very well in the grand final. And there...
Here's the home side. They get the biggest roar as they come out onto Dolphin Oval, the minor premiers. What a fantastic football club this is. This is their 6th of 7 grand finals.
Referee is Tony Maxud, and the action underway in the grand final. Ipswich, the first use of the ball as it's taken by Richie Burton, handed off to McAllister, and Danny McAllister takes it forward. The first penalty, it's on already, and Adams pass right in the middle of it.
Well, plenty of... This is unexpected. I didn't think this had happened, and it's a very unsavoury incident, this. Again. How stupid is this? These guys could go. I didn't see who threw the first one there.
It's Hamilton and Scott.
Luke Scott's been cut this time. Oh, this is bad. This is not good.
You're on 10 minutes. Go. You're on 10 minutes. Off.
2 of them are gone for 10. They're lucky it's not for 8.
Wait. Go.
Luke Scott, the skipper, is gone.
Oh, this is amazing. This is old-time rugby league. The 2 captains were called out by the referee, and while they were standing there, all of a sudden they're into it. It's not quite there, though. Good, quick urgency now as it goes away to Perry. Roberts over his shoulder, picked up beautifully by Leach. Jellick! And then out wide, a try to Barber. Aaron Barber is in. Redcliffe scores the opening try of the grand final against the Breeze. The red and white supporters here enjoyed that.
And Jerry,
what beautiful footy.
Jerry, the amazing thing about this, as the try is scored, is Danny McAllister's coming back from the 10 minutes. He was racing down the sideline. He's the man who's made the tackle over the line in the corner.
Well, I don't know whether you're even allowed to do that.
Well, I doubt you are, but it's amazing.
This is very fortunate here. This pass here went through the hands of Roberts because he was under pressure, picked up by Lease, quickly out there to Jellick, and you'll see from the right-hand side of the screen here, a green flash come from behind. Well, that's the first time we've seen a big fellow in Danny McAllister make a covering or a chasing tackle on the winger. Meanwhile, now can Richters have the extras. Looks a good kick across the Breeze. It's a beauty. 6-0. The crowd go up.
I don't know that Shane Perry was ready for that, but again that wind holds up the ball and plenty of pressure on Pressbrook. Not ball should be a try here, picked up by Barber. Try, he's in again. Try number 2 for Aaron Barber.
Well, the high ball is awkward in this Breeze. Reggie Pressbrook seemed to have it covered, but the referee decided Redcliffe got to it and they knocked it backwards, Redcliffe. And Aaron Barber again had to come through quickly and pounce on an awkward ball. Perry, who was standing flat, puts the high ball up. It has caused quite a bit of havoc. There's Jellick knocking the ball backwards. Little grubber kick here from Aaron Barber. Picks it up, gets it down. That's not easy to do. And he's pretty happy. Yes. Well, whatever that signal is, it's one of success, I'd say.
Wide, so he shouldn't have too much trouble with this. And he doesn't. Straight over the red dot of Dolphin Oval. And it's a 12-0 lead to the Redcliffe Dolphins. They've started the grand final the way they wanted. There you can see how close he is to the line, but out wide, Richters! Richters is over! 3rd try for Redcliffe. Oh, they've opened up this grand final in a big way. 16-0 against the Breeze for the Dolphins.
Redcliffe. Here's Damien Richters ducking under the defence. And that's the 3rd try for Redcliffe as they...
wide of the post. Didn't even get near them because the wind just took it away.
There's a good game. Throws the dummy, goes himself. Barry Berrigan, he could go all the way. Barry Berrigan from dummy half, caught them asleep, puts it under the sticks. And Redcliffe, well, they're starting to celebrate, and maybe it's not premature because they are putting the Jets to the sword.
Well, it must run.
Having a sticky beat, but it's, look, there's still a bit of...
Yeah, security guards arriving now, but I think they can't get there too quickly, I'd say.
In favour of the Dolphins in the grand final of 2002, and he's kicked it. 22 to the Dolphins. The Jets still yet to score.
And they're so close to scoring again now, the Redcliffe Dolphins. Berrigan to Roberts, and then on now to Shane Perry. Change of direction for Perry, and is able to link up to with Wynyard over the top to Richters. Damien Richters, lovely pass. Schulbach's in. Oh, Redcliffe have started the second half the way they played the first, with scintillating ball movement, and Phil Schulbach scores a try to put them out to a 26-0 lead.
All week, it's amazing how big games affect different people.
As Richters lands another goal, great kick from Damien Richters, and Redcliffe now leading 28-0. What did you
got up off the line all day and harassed them? Ricky Bird with the second play, little grubber kick. Good chance here. Well, I think Lease might have saved the day. We'll have to go to the video, I think.
Oh, West stuck a hand out. He's mighty close.
Well, the Ipswich players are calling for a try.
Stephen West came in on the angle and stuck a hand out.
Okay. So back to the
He's asked
video
for the
refereeing.
grounding. Was the grounding okay? So he reckons it could be an attacking player.
There it is,
That's right.
Steve West. So Steve West gets the try for Ipswich. Finally, they're on the board.
And it took a grubber kick to get there. Ipswich did not have it. There's the...
and Tony McSteed needs a new whistle.
Yeah, even the whistle won't work for Ipswich today.
Poor Damien Richters, who knows this ground well, could not do it. But West might have. That's a great kick from West. Up go the flags. Excellent. 28-6 in favour of Redcliffe over Ipswich.
He's done it nicely. Roberts, there's the long pass out there to Perry. Very little chip over the top. Here's a good chance. All he wants to bounce. Up to Lease. Thanks very much. It's my day, says Redcliffe. Beautiful work from Perry. Pinpoint kick. Lease on the charge. Wanted the bounce.
The thing about what they're doing now, Trent Lease totally accelerated. He knew what was on. That pass across to Perry, and Perry kicked the ball knowing full well that Lease would be following it, and I was watching Lease. He just took off and got the bounce of the ball, and away he went. And this red and white machine, as we see it again, Roberts on there to Perry. Perry beautifully weighted kick, remembering that this is a team that's been kicking with the breeze behind them and kicking it too deep, but there was no chance of that going too deep. It was bouncing ideally for Trent Lease following in Richters, this time with the breeze behind him. Up go the flags. Magnificent conversion again, allowing for the breeze, and it's 34-6 in favour of the Dolphins.
One driven to the ground. That's only the third. Lindsay lets one go, up to Ricky Bird, lets another go, fires on the outside to Bulow. Bulow this time, that's more like it, the Jets. Finally, and I think for the first time today, they put it out wide. They put a couple of dummy runners back on the inside. Everyone did the right thing, and Bulow ran into the gap.
And a special mention of Danny Coburn, because prior to this happening, this is the replay of the try, but Coburn seems to have lifted. He's not going to surrender a grand final easily, but there they made the ball do the work, and Aaron Bulow, he had a man outside him, but he could see there was a gap there, went for the line, and nobody was going to stop him. Good work.
Cuts it out to the right-hand side, but just misses.
Coburn, a little grubber kick. Oh, they're fighting all the way. Picked up though now by Aaron Barber, and his kick will go into touch. Willen is going to stay alive. Chase back here. Steve West following it through. He dives on the ball. Aaron Barber grabs him, and they pretend that that's a tackle, and that's it. Redcliffe are the Queensland Cup champions of 2002 with a magnificent 34-10 win in the grand final. They showed that they are deserving winners of the Queensland Cup. And for this crowd, to that frustration, as David mentioned, of last year when they were silenced on the bell by Toowoomba pinching the game at the last moment, it's all very different here now.
Certainly is, Luke, and here's a trophy to show you're champion of the Queensland State League, and it'll fit in a wonderful place in the Redcliffe Leagues Club.
What a moment there for Luke Scott, the coach of the successful Redcliffe team. And there they are celebrating with the Queensland Cup. What a year they've had. Deserving champions, the Redcliffe Dolphin. And there, the scoring summary. Barber 2 tries, Richters, Berrigan, Schulbach and Lease also scoring. Richters 5 magnificent goals in difficult conditions. For Ipswich, West and Bulow scoring tries, and West kicked 1 goal. 34-10. Redcliffe are the Queensland Cup champions. We've enjoyed our year. A very special thank you to the ABC crew, and thank you to you, our viewers. We'll be back. On ABC Sport, this is the Queensland Cup Grand Final, live from Dolphin Oval. Today, minor premiers Burleigh Bears meet cup holders the Redcliffe Dolphins. It's a glorious day. It's the day that they all play for all year, and it's come down to Burleigh and Redcliffe. Which one of them will hold the Queensland Cup high in about 90 minutes? Well, we'll know pretty soon, and in the meantime, we're in for a fantastic game of footy.
Let's have a look at the Redcliffe team that'll take the field today. This is pretty close to full strength for Redcliffe, and that's one of their big advantages.
Let's take a look at their lineup. It's very, very strong.
And befitting an all-important day, a big crowd here at Dolphin Oval to watch the grand final. There's a lot of red, so there'll be tremendous support for the Redcliffe Dolphins. And they've had a fantastic lead into this, because in the two grand finals that have already been decided, they've won both of them, both the Colts and the A-grade. So they'll be very keen to take all three. Here they are in front of their home crowd. Looks like they're going to be defending the northern end. So they'll be going with the breeze first up. And look at that just calm coolness that appears to be on the face of this team as the Burleigh team comes out.
Very strong outfit, this Burleigh. They've only played one game in the last month, and whether these hot conditions today will take their toll toward the end of the match remains to be seen.
Referee Adam Neal just checking with the sideline. Off we go. The kick-off by Brent McConnell, and the grand final of 2003 is underway. Redcliffe with the first use of the ball. And look at that defence. Danny Burke smothered as Burleigh got up right into his face. Cleared away now. Try to Reggie Cressbrook. Cressbrook in the opening moments of the game has scored for Burleigh. And they lead by 4 points to 0. A sensational opening to the Queensland Cup Grand Final.
They put it in behind, I think, to Barber. He throws the long pass, and Reggie Cressbrook, one of the best at the intercepts, swoops through. But again, you can see Burleigh not waiting for anybody. They come up, they rush at the attack line, and look at the celebration there on the Burleigh team. What a bonus to come up with points in the first minute of the match.
Reggie Cressbrook makes it 6-0 in favour of Burleigh.
Rather than the knock-on. I didn't say knock-on.
Yeah, but it was a clean pickup, wasn't it?
Yep.
Brian Jellick turns it back on the inside to Barber. Through again, Barber, and he's through completely. Aaron Barber,
He's been, he points back to the crowd to salute. Well, he's been having a go at everybody, Aaron Barber, so far in the match. He's been fired up. Barber, like a shot out of a gun, went through a minute gap.
There it is, beautiful step by Brian Jellick, turning the pass back inside to Barber, who did the right thing by going away from the touchline, back in field, wrong-footing the defence and putting it down for an excellent try. His 31st of the season.
Start this slightly to the left. The breeze is quite strong. He hits it perfectly. They've got a tied-up ball game, 6-all.
Outstanding football here from Redcliffe.
Both sides, as I say, missed opportunities. Little kick through here for the flying Aaron Barber. Dimitri Pello's no slouch either. Who gets the bounce? Aaron Barber! Aaron Barber, number 2. What a try-scoring machine. Beautiful kick from Shane Perry. Well, that's really caught them unawares. Number 2.
This was also a Barber try, and he's kicked the second, and it's 12-6 in favour of Redcliffe. 5's in time. Ryan Gundry puts it high, but it's not going forward. The wind's taken backwards and out on the full. Not out on the full. Back inside. They're going to play because Barber will go all the way. Burton tries to get to him. Barber inside Burton. Inside him again. Keeps going and scores. Aaron Barber. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. 3 tries in the grand final. And that one, a key try just before the half-time break. When you can have 6, they missed the 1, but they've got the 6. No, play the ball. Still they keep going. Perry now finds his man and ripped at Jellick. Brian Jellick has scored on the right-hand side. That might have just about done it for the Dolphins. They've got a handy break now, 24-6.
Great passage of rugby league, some fantastic defence, and finally it was the good Redcliffe attack that got them across the try line. They were in the left-hand corner a little while ago. They stretched it to this far side, and Brian Jellick finally found a chink through this Burley wall.
Leads to win a Melbourne Cup. In he moves. Oh, he struck it beautifully. Sensational conversion, and it is 26-6 in favour of Redcliffe. Great Kane Tronk around the little man. Nice run from Ryan Gundry. McConnell, Brent McConnell is elusive, managed to get it away to Tony Gray. Gray for the line. Can he get it down? Having a look, Adam Neal is going to go and have a look at the video ref.
Very strong and forceful effort has got this down. He slips between players. Well, it looks like he's inevitably going to score it from there. Hands trying to come in to block it, getting to the ground. You'd have to think that is touched down.
Tries awarded. He struck it well, he's got it. It's now 26-12 in favour of Redcliffe. Burley, it's where they want to be. McConnell, that was a good pass for him, and McConnell's little kick over the top is beautifully taken by Purden. They must score this time. Purden's in, can he get it down? Yes! Trying to put it under the goalpost. Burley have kept the grand final alive.
Well, Warren called for the short kick, and that's exactly what Burley have exploited. Little chip over the top, beautifully weighted kick. They're up very flat. It was part of a set piece, taken on the full, I think, by McConnell. No, taken on the full by Purden, and then he had McConnell backing up as well. Decides not to use him, and the defence couldn't stop him getting the ball down. Certainly in that last rolling motion, finally grounds it. Aaron Barber couldn't prevent it.
Reggie Cressbrook with the conversion can bring it back to 8 points, and he's kicked it okay, so it's 26-18 in favour of Redcliffe.
Jason Campbell, a dummy half, he runs out of there. Well, Daniel Green popped it out the back to Perry. Beautiful quick hands to Roberts. They got extras out. Ben Jones going to go himself. Jones close to the try. He's over and scores it. A reward for a great try here from Ben Jones. They got it onto the outside. The Burley defence has come up and in all day. And of course, the risk is if you allow your opponents to get on the outside, you're going to be in a spot of bother. And finally the passing, and there was some great passing in that move. From memory, a number of passes just quickly offloaded to keep the ball alive.
Perry's a beauty here.
That was it. It was Shane Perry's pick up and fling it away then, and they had the numbers then, but there was still a lot of work to do. And how about Ben Jones? He just decided to take him on, really go for the line. Then he had to get the arms free to get the ball down. He did all that, and he has probably sealed the grand final win. Another one for the Redcliffe Dolphins. Justin Mackay with the conversion attempt across the face, no goal. 30 points, still 18, 6 minutes to go. Looking for maybe another one, and Tony Gray executing the tackle. It's all slowed down now, and you can understand that. Field goal attempt again by Perry.
Third time lucky?
No, away to the left. Now that one I agree with. He's got it. The icing on the cake for Shane Perry.
I think the policeman behind the goalpost signalled that it went through. I think there's about 4 of them down there. And Shane Perry, who's tried 3 times today to get a field goal, finally puts it across. He's pretty happy with himself too.
Yeah, but there's value in that one. I mean, not that the Redcliffe are going to score. I sure Burley were going to score 2 converted tries anyway.
Shane Perry will kick for touch. He finds touch. Will we have the tap?
Try line.
The clock is counting down to 5 seconds to go, and they might get another try. Jason Campbell is very close. Is he over? He's going to have a look. No, it's full time. Full time, and the Redcliffe Dolphins have won another grand final. 31-18. Redcliffe have defeated Burley. It's all over. The celebrations can now start. And what a performance by this Redcliffe team.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Roberts.
And so the Redcliffe players receive the accolades. They've won the Queensland Cup of 2003, which we've enjoyed bringing you on ABC television. Thanks for your company through the year. And the Toowoomba team ready to come out, led by Nick Kenny, their captain. What a responsibility. They're young. As they come out, you can see these youthful faces onto Lang Park, the mecca of rugby league in Queensland. The place to have the Queensland Cup Grand Final. What a big moment. None of them have tasted a Queensland Cup Grand Final before, and that places more responsibility on their captain. His 67th career game. He's played plenty of matches, none bigger than this one.
Redcliffe, and that's Troy Lindsay. What a performance by the Redcliffe club. They've made 8 of the 11 Queensland Cup Grand Finals, and Troy Lindsay, the skipper, he's played in 7 of those, so a fantastic performance. He's a piece of the furniture down there at Redcliffe, is Troy Lindsay. 223rd game in the Queensland Cup.
A kick-off by Nick Parfitt. Redcliffe will get first taste of it, taken by Fox and offloaded, and so it's Big Adam Starr just across his own 10-metre line, managed to keep the ball alive, and Michael Roberts, dangerous, but is grabbed there by Chris Muckett. Tackled.
First up run from the tap, this time up to Eastwood. Just a couple of settlers by Toowoomba to bring it toward midfield. Is this the play? Let's see it now, up there to Green, back on the inside to Big Ben Bayou, little spin goes through, Bayou all the way, Ben Bayou, that was too easy. Redcliffe missing tackles, and they had a horror start, I said 2 weeks ago. Well, this could be a nightmare.
Ominous indeed, and Big Ben Bayou, what a player. He was one of the stars of the major semi-final. Unfortunately for the Broncos, he's headed for North Queensland. How about this power, strength, determination? Look at that, career points for Nick Parfitt, 658, and you can make it 660. He's out of the extras, and it's 6-0 in favour of Toowoomba.
Couldn't reciprocate. Second man play up to Turner. Chance to Turner. Doesn't matter whether you got a bad hamstring or not. If a player misses a tackle, and it was Greg Eastwood, Redcliffe have hit back just as they needed to do. And Marty Turner, fantastic effort.
This grand final, Marty Turner, because of that injury, and there's Michael Roberts just holding up the pass. Adam Starr took the dummy run, and that left the chance. The defence had concentrated on Starr, and the little man, as the big man took the hits, the little man took the opening, and through he went. Marty Turner scores the career points. That's extraordinary. And there's another 2 to Greg Burke, and the scores are level at 6-all in the grand final. Nicole, last tackle play from the Dolphins. Last opportunity in this first half. Marty Turner, 6 to go. 6 to go, he won't need them. Oh yes, he will, he'll need 1 anyway. He plays it. Roberts got numbers on the right. Cullen's in! Ryan Cullen! Fabulous try by the Dolphins, and what a key time for it to come, right on the half-time break.
And then Ryan Cullen, who just lives up in the attack line, was put into space. They were threadbare out there, the Toowoomba Clydesdales. Have a look at Roberts again, orchestrating things from the dummy half. Finds Ryan Cullen, and he well and truly slips through there. Redcliffe will hit the front.
Yes, he's added them all right. And so that gives Redcliffe a key lead at half-time. 12 points to 6. Only a converted try, of course, but it's important. And so at half-time, it's the Redcliffe Dolphins 12, leading Toowoomba 6.
Bromley been called on to drop into dummy half. Second man play back to Roberts. He's going to go for a 1-pointer. Well, that's premature for mine. It'll give him the 7-point lead. That means Toowoomba have to score twice. Will it be the decisive blow, or will it come back to haunt them?
In a low-scoring game, maybe it was worth it, but there's a long, long time to go in the grand final. A long time to go indeed. We've still got field of play. Back inside from Gemelli to Roberts. And this is an interesting one, right across. They fly high, Emmett, brilliant, and maybe there's a chance. Bromley's in! Fantastic kick by Roberts. How about Emmett getting high? And of course, Bromley was there to to score the try. What an important try that is. The field goal's now looking sensational, and Redcliffe leads 17 points to 6.
Great effort here from Roberts. Perfectly placed kick. For some reason, Minto doesn't go up for this. He decides to allow Emmett to get a clean catch on it, and that's a magnificent take there by Nick Emmett. He pops it out to Bromley. He just had enough room to move. Roberts, perfectly placed kick, and Minto decided to take or put the tackle on Emmett, but he was so high above the pack, Emmett, he had his hands free to be able to offload at will, and he actually got upended as well, Nick Emmett. Two converted tries without this kick could get Toowoomba back into it. He's hit it beautifully. Is it far enough? No! So they've still got a glimmer of hope, the Clydesdales. 17-6, 9 to go.
Number 4 from dummy half to Rio. Good run. Muckett now. Muckett's always in. Chris Muckett scores.
Well, he's going to go to the video. Has he grounded it? So is this a loose carry? He's raked it out.
Well, it's one-on-one anyway.
Yeah, but can it be play on, Warren? That's the question. I doubt it. And they didn't even ground it anyway. Ryan Cullen merely picked it up, but it won't be a try knocked on.
Was around the legs. Fox in a dummy half. Turner, the crossfield kick. Here we go again. Nick Emmett, the aerial specialist on Minto. Emmett's got it. Another one. It's an action replay. Bromley goes in the corner. How good's Nick Emmett in the air? And the Dolphins have won the grand final.
Great crossfield kick here from Marty Turner this time. And Emmett, whilst he didn't take it cleanly, he had the wherewithal to regain his own fumble. Hadn't been touched by anyone else, so he's quite enabled to do that. Perfect kick here from Marty Turner. Emmett up, and then looks around to regather and pops it to Bromley. You may have thought you were watching an action replay, and Redcliffe, what a comeback. It'll have to go down in the annals, this one.
He doesn't, but that doesn't matter. It's 21-6 in favour of Redcliffe in the grand final with 3 minutes to go. They go again. Adam Starr 8 metres out, and a chance and a try to Mark Shipway. Mark Shipway has been around from the very beginning with this Redcliffe team. Played in the first grand final in '96, Mark Shipway, and here he is 10 years later scoring a try in one.
Yeah, great effort, Shipway. By this stage, Toowoomba, well, they're shattered. They're a shattered side. They came with great expectation.
Then just that little bit extra icing. He's kicked it, the flags go up, and it's the Dolphins 27 leading Toowoomba 6. At the 2006 grand final, Adam Starr says, come get me if you want me, but I'll ride it into the ground, and the Dolphins are the champions. Full time in the grand final of 2006. The Queensland Cup again goes to Redcliffe. 27-6. Can you believe that? After an amazing major semi-final 2 weeks ago when they were beaten 56-22, and they have come back for a 27-6 victory. Little surprise that there is jubilation on the faces of these wonderful footy players and of this fabulous team. I love rugby league, and watching these scenes, why wouldn't you?
Successful coach Anthony Griffin. Congratulations, Anthony. I don't think you mind standing in the rain, mate, do you?
No, mate, no. Not even feeling it at the moment.
Mate, fantastic effort for you as a coach. You must feel a lot of pride. 2 weeks ago on the end of a hiding. That's a great comeback.
Yeah, it was. You know, we just had everyone has a bad day once a year. We just happened to have ours in the major semi, and you know, we didn't lose any belief in ourselves, and you know, it was just back to business on Monday. We knew if we got past East, we could do the job here today.
And what a big night or afternoon it's been for the Redcliffe Dolphins. 27-6 victory over Toowoomba with 2 tries to Bromley. Turner, Cullen and Shipway scoring tries. Greg Burke kicking 3 from 5. And Michael Roberts, that field goal that we questioned at the time, but it's amazing how it seemed to turn the game. For Toowoomba, just the 1 try to Ben Vayu. Nick Parfitt kicked 1 goal from 1 attempt. But it's the Redcliffe Dolphins who are the champions again in 2006 when it really counted today in the grand final. They reversed that disappointing performance in the major semi-final. Their fans turned up in numbers. They're very, very faithful fans, and it doesn't matter the weather conditions, they'll always be there for their champion team. And they are the champions, the Redcliffe Dolphins, champions of the Queensland Cup for 2006.
I think we're in for a beauty as Drinkwater juggles the kickoff. The Tigers with first use of the possession.
He's kicking into that sun, obviously the far side of the ground, just putting it up high, putting the young Trey Fuller under a bit of pressure.
Connor Carey coming across. How important Sats as a player like Sam Anderson in today's game. The experience that he's got with these young Redcliffe forwards around him.
Because he's against the big forward pack, I like what he did.
Now Rudolph off to the side next year. Get through one, get through another. Kafusi tries to struggle away from him. Eventually Kafusi and Drinkwater bring him down. What an involvement from Toby. Yeah, good explanation there, Adam. Here's the attempt at the penalty goal. No mistake. First one to Redcliffe. They lead 2-0.
Really early. They get up really hard. They can control the play the ball.
Walters, Drinkwater, over the top, and great Connor Carey in the corner. First try of the grand final to Connor Carey. 8 away from the line. Can Redcliffe strike back? They can't, because Anderson's put it down, and Tom Butterfield's away, and that is a terrific tackle there by Trey Fuller. Will get up and play at Hopewadi. Cullen stepping into the line, laid off, like Trey Fuller for the line, gets through, scores, Redcliffe back in front.
Giving to Katoni Staggs as well. Trey Fuller, this is only his 9th game of Intrust Super Cup, and they'll be loving that try in the North Burnett region of Queensland. Hails from Idesville.
In North Brisbane is now open with a massive range of Holden, Nissan, Renault and HSV brands. And for East, Suzuki is celebrating their CanStar Blue Award for most satisfied customers. Turpin, Grubbers for the in-goal area, wants it to sit up, bounces at right angles, and in the end, Braden Torpy had no choice but to just, this is the last line, he plays it. Kick there from Donovan, it's a nice one, Hawkins, climb time, and scores the try.
Yeah, this is a good lesson to any young kid, the value of keeping your eye on the ball. Jeremy Hawkins keeps his eye on the ball the whole way through. Linkport took his eye for a slight second. That helped out Linkport.
Tony Staggs gets this one to come back. Beautiful kick. Comes across well. And then gives the pass to Connor Carey. But that was a great attempt. And this time, Carey almost pushed over the sideline. A great attempt at a 40-20. Kevin Walters needing to see in the middle of the screen as Redcliffe through Katoni. Staggs is away. Staggs. Fasua Malawi and Sevi make the tackle. Makes no mistake, Dolphins 8 in front. Magnificent. And this man, one of the best players on the field in Toby Rudolph. There's been a couple away from the line. Cullen, Fuller, ducks under an attempted high tap, goes straight through. He'll score! The opening try in the second half.
The big man, he's just inside Patrick Kafusi with the blonde hair. As soon as the ball gets released here, watch him running behind Pat Kafusi there. Instead of pushing up in the line, he would have run straight into Fasua Malawi if he stayed up in the line. So defensively, something that the young teenager will have to learn. They're dominating the ruck and getting up, quick play the balls. And that's, as you said, Tony, earlier on, Turpin's got the ability just to get out and wave the wand a little bit and kick out whatever run he wants.
Suamala Awi, Tuali's got him, offloads to Foster, and then they get him as well. Watson, Tuali's having a great game. Here's Donovan, talking about Hopewadi having a great game. This one wasn't back again. This is a try. This will be a miracle try. Katani starts.
Marion Sevi just wishing this. He's even blowing it to try and go over. Looks as though his feet are still in.
Does very well. Well, this will be a terrific shot.
Look how he fights for the ball, tries to push in between defenders.
Where's his foot here? Where's his foot? Oh,
it's still in.
Still in.
That's Blake Ferguson like last night.
Hopewadi. Drinkwater.
Right, good.
Grubbers. Well done. Trey Fuller. And he can get away here, Fuller. He's still going. Lost his footing. Still going. Kafusi gets him.
But where did he appear from?
His way towards the line. Butterfield, short ball, Foster. They're in. The Tigers are back in it. Taking it. Donovan kickbacks towards the centre, gets away from the Suamala Awi, and they fly through and claim it.
Trying to find open space.
Well, it's great vision because what usually happens is a half, they just punch it into the corner.
Yep.
But he looks up and he can see the fullback from me starting to trail over that side.
The Bulldogs are in front by 2 at the moment, 12-10. Drinkwater. Here they go. Port throwing dummies. Link Port. Links it with Scott Drinkwater. Hang on a second. The Tigers aren't done yet. They're in here, East.
This man's been great also for the Tigers.
Levelled on this occasion. Great shot on Albert Beto. There's a shot. Redcliffe defence standing firm.
Oh, Hawkins is offside out here on this left-hand side.
Kicks for the He's missed that one. We'll check it. He would have got up celebrating and he got a hand to it.
Jeremy Hawkins was offside. He got off the line.
Hopewadi. Jamil Hopewadi. Has he got over the line?
The power that he possesses, he's been outstanding this afternoon.
Here they go, dropping the ball over the line, Nathan Watts. The Redcliffe Dolphins, with just over a minute to go, are going to be the premiers, and here's the exclamation point. Cullen finds Tom Opachek. The Intrust Super Cup is on its way to the peninsula. Tom Opachek with the try to life the contest.
Oh, well, Cullen, it's a beautiful rehearsal to move down a short side. We haven't seen him run too much today. There's been a lot of stand and deliver with his game. But the one time he does, and he makes them pay. Beautiful dummy, and just the all-out play there by Drinkwater. Had to try something, and Opachek, he's been such a good player for them all year, so reliable. This man delivers it to him on an absolute platter.
Great try. What a finish. Redcliffe, the best team all season and the best team on grand final day.
Well, don't they love it, the Redcliffe fence, Salty?
We've got a few sitting not far away from us at the moment.
Having an absolute ball.
And look at them there. They're on their feet. It'll be full time. The siren sounds. Will we even have a conversion? Why would you bother? They're the premiers. The Redcliffe Dolphins have defeated the Tigers 36-22. We will have the conversion eventually. Sam Anderson. He's going to attempt the extras. Right boot strikes it. He misses. It doesn't matter. Celebrate Redcliffe, you're the premiers. The Redcliffe Dolphins have won the 2018 Intrust Super Cup Grand Final, 36 points to 22 over the East Tigers in a great contest here at Suncorp Stadium. This one, Redcliffe. They are the premiers. Great scenes here at Suncorp Stadium. The Redcliffe Dolphins, they'll celebrate this one and then get to work to prepare for the National Championship next week on NRL Grand Final.
The Dolphins!
Dolphins for you, we shout aloud hurrah, fighting fit on the peninsula. Fixed is your gaze on the VRL Cup. Nothing's going to stop you climbing right to the top. So pass the ball around, boys, pass, pass, pass. The line's over there, show them you've got class. The crowd sees a blur and the winger races away. Another Redcliffe victory as Dolphins win the day. Out on the field, we Dolphins are king. Nothing's going to stop them, not a single thing. The ref looks around to see we're in once more, and 3 more points pile up to swell the Redcliffe score. So pass the ball around, boys, pass, pass, pass. The line's over there, show them you've got class. The crowd's...
Part of the season, Redcliffe put me on my feet. They repossessed my car because I was backing them. But now they're worth plenty of bloody money for me tomorrow. Over the last 5 or 6 years, we've been in the finals, and we've got more experience than them in grand final experience. They're running very well, and I don't think there's any reason why we can't win this grand final.
Valleys have come straight into the grand final this year, whilst Redcliffe have done it the hard way from 4th position. In their 3 matches this year, Valleys have won 2 and Redcliffe 1, but no more than 6 points have separated them in these clashes. Today will be just as tight. Ron Raper kicks off deep into Valley's quarter. Mills gathers and takes play to just over the quarter line. The defence from Valleys is tight, and it takes a cleverly delayed pass from Cameron to put Obst through an opening up top pace. Fitzpatrick lunges desperately and halts the first clean break of the game. Lee smothers Beatson and is penalised for knees in the back. From almost in front, Crilly puts first points on the board. Ross Strudwick knocks the ball from the winger's grasp and is promptly penalised by 26-year-old referee Bernie Pramberg, who's having an impressive game for his first major grand final in Brisbane League. Raper hooks the ball right between the posts, and the scores are level. Crilly gives notice of his intentions and puts up a well-judged kick. It's close, but no try. And for the first time, tempers become a little frayed. Cameron to the ever-present Raper, to the strong-running Lees, who breaks through 3 tackles to go over in the corner. Raper's attempted conversion is well wide, and the score remains Redcliffe 5, Valleys 2. Valleys are really pressing now, and Gill's pass sends the tireless O'Doherty in for a well-deserved try under the post. Crilly's simple conversion puts Valleys into the lead for the first time in the match. are penalised from a scrum infringement. And Raper makes no mistake with a kick to level the scores at half-time. Raper turns the ball inside to Cameron, who slices through, and it takes a desperate tackle by Mills to bring him down. The Dolphins throw the ball about, and Tiny makes the final dive. Pramberg has a careful look before ruling no try. The score remains 7-all. Valleys are beginning to find breaks in the previously solid Redcliffe rucks. Rathborne gets a good pass away to Beatson, who's played since before half-time with a broken right arm. Scanlon shows his task with a perfect dummy to Strudwick, then turns the ball inside to Gaylor, who spears through the confused defence to score Valley's second try. Mills misses the conversion attempt, and Valley's lead 10-7. Redcliffe surrender position close to the halfway line, and Valleys are on the attack once more. Gaylor to Scanlon. Strudwick. Rathborne. Back to Scanlon. Mills, who dummies and cuts back infield, gets the ball to Scanlon. A reverse pass to Perkins, who splits the defence, passing to Gaylor, who backs up inside. O'Doherty on the blind to Perkins, who stopped just short of the corner. Winnie still dangerous from the scrum base. Orchard onto Raper, still directing play. Onto Lease, who sends Carriage speeding through an opening. Redcliffe against Valleys. A settled challenge by two forwards, and Gill and McCabe combined to bring down Carriage just short of the line and thwart the movement that could have meant victory for Redcliffe. Scrappy play. Gill with the ball, and the forwards combined to send McCabe in for the try that seals the premiership for the Diehards. Mills misses the kick, and Valleys lead 13-7. With Raper off the field, replacement Sparrow is at 5'8", and Cameron is in the second row. With the game almost over, Valleys are finishing stronger than Redcliffe, but the Dolphins are not giving in. Redcliffe are penalised just outside their quarter line, and Mills drives the ball through the press to take Valleys to 15, Redcliffe 7. On the kickoff, McCabe seems intent on making 2 tries in a row, but rugged defence puts an end to his charge as the final siren sounds. Valleys win 15-7, their third premiership in 4 years. is no disgrace for the Dolphins. Maybe next year. The oldest team in the competition has defeated the newest in surely one of Brisbane's most memorable grand finals.
They're valleys, they're the diehards.
Capacity gate in excess of 40,000. We estimate about 41,000. Barry Muir, great to see you at Lang Park. How long have you been with Redcliffe?
This is my third year, Doug, and second time I got to my grand final.
Barry, there's a great deal of talk about the needle between you and one of your former players, Ron Raper.
Ronnie Raper, yeah. Well, of course, Ronnie was captain of Redcliffe in 1973 when we made the grand final, and I was the coach. And, well, you know, I suppose that Ronnie's quite happy now he's coaching Western Suburbs, but they all reckon he knows my moves, but that was 2 years ago.
All in readiness for the start of the 1975 Brisbane Rugby League Premiership. Referee is Ian Smith with Pearce starting play. West running with a northeasterly breeze behind them, and that's McCarthy, the fullback. No changes to the advertised teams. West in possession, running from the northern end of the ground, and that's Bradshaw. In this 1975 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final, Wayne Stewart, West's goal-kicking winger. Just outside the quarter line, right in front, the northeasterly breeze behind him. And Stewart's kick. Can he open the scoring? It's there, and West lead 2-0.
Reserve grade grand finals, and he's one of the boys that West are going to be relying on.
10 metres out. Redcliffe defence, pretty fragile in for a moment or two to Oliphant. Richardson's there, and away to Cameron. Cameron's through. Cameron's over for West for the first try, and West lead 5-0.
Beautiful work then by firstly Oliphant and then Jeff Richardson with magnificent hands that he has. Quick passing onto Cameron, and Cameron did the rest. A very, very strong player, Cameron.
And a great start to West. Slight favourites for this match over Redcliffe, leading by 5 points to 0 as a result of a penalty goal and now a try. There's the kick. Look at it, right down the middle, no doubt. And that's a penalty to Redcliffe with West standing up, 20 metres in from touch. West are leading 7-0 after 14 minutes of play. Ian Pearce, the kicker. It's pretty close, and it's there. First points to Redcliffe. West are leading 7-2.
No doubt the Redcliffe supporters would be happy to see Bunny Pearce get that first kick over, because he has been off with his goal kicking in the recent weeks, and they'd be very, very happy to see those 2 points registered by Pearce.
Jones and Halley. Back to Jones. A longer one to Williams. There's Pearce, and back to Bullow. Moving the ball about well, but the defence is still there all the time, 10 metres short of the halfway mark. Redcliffe. Williams kicking over the head of McCarthy. McCarthy's ball. Williams is moving up, but he comes inside. And across to Stewart on that left wing. Back it comes to it. Oh, Cameron, what a beautiful heading rather. The other centre. Whipped across to Carr. Carr losing it. Wayne Stewart attempting to put more points on the board for West. And the kick from Stewart. It's there. And West lead 9-2, just on 22 minutes of play. And that's a high one for Richardson, but he said thank you. And getting it back in turn to Heading. Heading's over the quarter line now and switched across. Here's Cameron. Away we go again. On to Bradshaw. Bradshaw's through. And he's over for the second try. Bradshaw. And West lead 12-2.
Another great West try, and young second rower Rod Bradshaw showed tremendous enterprise and thinking then to step back inside Grayson and dive for the line. A big future in the game, this young fellow.
Wayne Stewart attempting to take the kick. Another good kick from Stewart. Look at that. Up go the flags. And West go to a lead of 14-2.
Bobby Jones, a great little hooker, a youngster from Gunnedah in New South Wales. The Redcliffe hooker.
Oliphant's ball in. Penalty to Redcliffe in front. But West is still leading 14-2, only about 7 minutes or so before half-time. And there's a player leaving the field. Westlock forward Carr is leaving the field, and he's being replaced. We'll pick him up in a moment. There's the kick at goal. Up go the flags. And Redcliffe take their total to 4, but West still lead by 10 points. Redcliffe hooker was coming back onside, ran into the ball, and it's a penalty to West in front. West are leading 14-4. There it goes, and up go the flags. 5 out of 5 to Wayne Stewart. Great goal kicking, and West go to a lead of 16 points to 4, only 4 minutes before half-time. Referee for the match is Ian Smith as it comes back to Williamson, and straight on to Brother. Henry over the halfway mark. Henry and making it look so easy, looking for the support, and away goes Henry Williamson, away from Obbs coming at Williamson, very nearly there, stopped less than a metre out from the line. McCarthy's up there, the fullback. He got there quickly, decides to go on his own, then dummies, and McCarthy's over. It's a third try for West, and he did it so well, and West lead by 19 points to 4. They're running away with it.
McCarthy, he only looks a jockey-sized fellow, although not in height. He has a little bit of height about him, but he shows remarkable strength.
The kick from Stewart is away, so didn't miss by very much, I suppose. 5 goals out of 6 to Wayne Stewart. West from the southern end of the ground in the second half. Penalty to West in front, only 30 metres out. And up go the flags. 6 goals from 7 attempts to Wayne Stewart, and West lead 21-4. Jones and Winnie. And that's Obbs turning play, and Obbs tries to get... Obbs is very nearly over. Tony Obbs to get the ball down. Yes, very well done, Tony Obbs. And West lead by 21 points to 7. There's the kick from Pearce, and up go the flags. And West lead Redcliffe 21-9. 10 metres inside, onto Oliphant, very close to offside. On it comes to McCarthy. McCarthy's over the quarter line, looking round and can't get it back. And we're going to have a penalty to West. Another kick for Wayne Stewart, a very easy one right in front. Another 2 points to West coming up, and up go the flags. And West go to a lead of 23 points to 9 after 12 minutes of great acceleration. Brown in the dummy half position. Oliphant and the other Williamson, Max Williamson, trying to charge through. And takes some stopping and allowed to get it back. As on it comes to Oliphant. Richardson's out there now. A long pass into Heading. Heading flies to the corner. Here's another try coming up for West. And Heading's over for the 4th try. And West race away, 26-9. Wayne Stewart, the kicker. And waved away.
Harry Cameron once again very strong in defence.
Pearce there. And Ian Pearce flies to the line and he's over. Very well done. Ian Pearce, the second try for Redcliffe. And West lead 26-12. And it's coming onto the field. And there's the kick from Pearce, and it's up. Up go the flags. Skims across the bar. And West lead 26-14. Inside West quarter line. Lease. Pearce. And there's Russell. And the pass across to Bullow. Standing in the tackle. Back to Mason. One-handed pass onto Jones. Jones the hooker. He's got support. Racing through comes Tony. And Tony very nearly over and puts the ball down. Russell scores for Redcliffe, and that's their 3rd try. West lead them by 26 points to 17.
By Barry Muir to send this young, sharp player on.
It's been converted. Yes, Ian Pearce kicked the goal. And so Redcliffe are within 7 points. To Russell, reversing play. A long one, Bleakley. And Bleakley out of the first tackle. Bleakley for the corner. Here's a chance. Bev Bleakley's nearly over. Is he over the line? Very close, yes. A try to Bev Bleakley. Very well done. 4 tries each. And West lead 26 points to 22. It's getting closer.
And of course, I think that's 4 tries each, isn't it?
4 tries each. There's the kick from Pearce, and up go the flags. It's only 2 points separating the team. West leading Redcliffe 26-24. 2 minutes left in the game. Now, what's going to happen? 24, but time is running out. Less than a minute left in the game. Crowd spilling onto the field as Peter Lease tries to get it away. Heading comes in and wraps him up, gathered by Tony Obbs. Richardson wraps him up and knocks him down, and yes, he stopped him with assistance. The 6th tackle, the scrum to back down. The full-time hooter is not far away.
And Redcliffe, over the last 15 minutes, has finished on much the stronger.
There's the full-time hooter sound. Williams kicking. Look at the crowd running onto the field. This is stupid. The game's still in progress, and the ball is down and into touch. Fortunately for that, because the crowd would have ruined the end of the game, stopping any chance Redcliffe might have had, but it's all over. And West have won the 1975 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final, defeating Redcliffe by 26 points to 24.
A crowd of about 40,000 here. East have won the toss in the 1977 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final, and it's Redcliffe running from the northern end of the breeze as Des Morris, the skipper of East, takes the ball. But it's Redcliffe in possession. Here's Forrester Grayson, the hard-charging second row forward. The lock forwards there, and it's a penalty. It's a penalty to East.
Something that Ian Tiny does quite regularly, and Forrester Grayson did it then, and that's walk forward before he plays the ball.
But East have got the chance to get away to a very good start. Holman's kick. And up go the flags. East lead 2-0, a great start. Caught in a pretty high tackle. One of the tacklers was high, but it could have been partly reflex action on the heart of Holman. And now this is the front row of Bullo making good ground, spreading tacklers everywhere, particularly Abbott, who went flying back from him, now to Oliphant. And there's Grayson racing through. Look at Grayson bursting through. Grayson's over for the first try of the match, and Redcliffe leads 3-2. A great try.
What a tremendously determined run it was from Forrester Grayson, and this is where I feel Redcliffe should be playing the match, using those big fellas, and the two big fellows involved.
An exciting start to the game, and Pearce raises the flags, and Redcliffe lead by 5 points to 2.
And already in this match, we've seen a different Redcliffe team to the one that we saw here a fortnight ago when they just narrowly defeated West.
Moffat, Oliphant, Williams, and further out then to Pearce and then to Lease. Over the halfway mark, Lease, a good run, and breaks out of the tackle, further ground, and only about 28 metres out from East line. Play has been in progress 22 minutes. Redcliffe are leading 5-2 with the ball coming on to Morris, a long one out to Holman. Look at East moving now. There's Farquhar outside of him. Farquhar's over the halfway mark. He's got Kellis inside. On it comes to Kellis. Kellis racing away, breaks away, and Kellis will score. Kellis racing in to score. East first try, and it's 5-all.
What a brilliant try that was. That went over 3/4 of the field. In fact, they were in their own quarter when that started, and it was good work from Des Morris. That's the rugby 4. John Abbott taking the tackle. Watch now as Morris noticed the overlap to the left-hand side of the field. It goes to Lindenberg. Then to Morris. Watch him now as he throws a long pass. That's Holman making the running. Draws the defence beautifully. Gets it into Farquhar. Watch Farquhar time his pass. Brings Obst in. Almost didn't time it to perfection because Obst was able to get back to Kellis, but Kellis had too much pace for Obst. Farquhar could have drawn Obst in a little further. Another 2 paces would have seen Kellis clear, but Obst was able to get a hand to him, so he wasn't drawn completely in by Farquhar, but a good try.
Holman the kicker. And East are in front. East are leading Redcliffe 7-5. And it's really brought this crowd of 40,000 to life. Bells ringing, cheering, great tension here again now in what has been a most entertaining grand final. So left behind, Stacey takes it. Stacey takes it from Gardner over the quarter line. Stacey breaks one tackle. Stacey still going and held up by Heatwood. Ever so close, 5 metres out. What an exciting game this is. Holman's there, Lindenberg further out to Wood. Des Morris is there. Lobbed that long one. Look at the men over they've got as Curry races through. Then onto Farquhar. Farquhar must score. Steve Farquhar's in for the second try for East. And East lead 10-5. What a game. Midway between East quarter line and the halfway mark, as out it comes to Williams, further out then to the Lease and Obst. Lease again. Oh, look at Curry. Wow. A big wrap-up tackle to stop that movement with some sort of an arm injury. And it's a penalty to Redcliffe against that loose arm in the scrum by Alan Noonan, and it's a very easy kick for Bunny Pearce in front, which should take them within 3 points of East. It's only about 8 minutes before half-time. Pearce the kicker. Up go the flags, and so it's East still leading, but Redcliffe have reduced the lead. East 10, Redcliffe 7, about 8 minutes before half-time. Cross to Rod Morris, running hard on the blind side. Only about 2.5 minutes before half-time, and it's a penalty to East.
A knee in the tackle from Forrester Grayson. Give East an opportunity to possibly put another 2 points on before half-time.
War premierships, 47, 50 and 72. Here's the kick from Holborn, and the flags are up. The flags are up. East lead Redcliffe 12-7. And 10 metres inside Redcliffe territory. It's East in possession. Lindenberg playing it back. That's Lindenberg, and look at the gap. Lindenberg straight through. He's got Obbs to beat. Obbs can't get near him. Lindenberg races away for the third try for East. What a start to the second half. East are leading 15-7. East overcome with joy. Steve Farquhar and Stacey, everyone running up to Lindenberg.
Here it is on the replay, and what a brilliant player this fellow is, and we all thought that his pace would be a key factor in this match. That's the fullback, Roger Kuhn, taking the tackle. Moffat the tackler. Watch now, Lindenberg dummies, goes through the middle. Look at his pace, accelerates away. Obbs had him covered, but then he veers away from Obbs, and his acceleration and pace scores the try. A great individual try by a brilliant footballer. Redcliffe were getting bottled up in their match against West with a double around, and Oliphant was far too slow, and again being caught in possession.
East ball, penalty to Redcliffe.
It's against Lindenberg this time, but still a scrum penalty. Lindenberg, the ball coming out of the tunnel the same way, and Lindenberg kicked it back with his foot. A little trick that halfbacks do at the base of the scrum. Rather than touch the ball with their hand, they try to rake it back with the foot and try to get that away with that at the base of the scrum, but referee Ward saw that.
Redcliffe trailing 15-7. Ian Pearce takes the kick at goal, and up go the flags. And so that puts Redcliffe a little bit closer, 15-9. Only 6 points in the game, but 6 points, a very difficult number of points to gather up. Just short of the halfway mark. To the lock forward, Tiny. Here's Williams, further out then to Tony Obbs, then cutting out Pearce onto Lease. Lease moving well over the halfway mark. He's got the winger outside of him, Peter Lease. Lease still moves back inside to Obbs. Obbs breaks away from the tackle. Obbs gets it on to Vic Tye. Vic Tye almost through, bouncing away, but good defence again. Redcliffe looking almost certain to score in a strong attacking position, 10 metres out the line. Here's Buddy Pearce, further on then to Oliphant. Oliphant changes his mind and decides to go up the middle. As you can see, one of his supports was well and truly covered, but the referee is indicating a penalty to Redcliffe in front.
The second tackle there on the halfback, Greg Oliphant. The tackle had been made, and an East player came in to make the second tackle on Oliphant, who's on the ground injured now. East defence, they moved the ball left and right, and they moved it wide, and they caught the East defence all in the middle of the ruck, and then they moved it to the right-hand side of the field, and it was Tony Obbs who came into the back line, and they had 3 or 4 men over to the right-hand side.
And there's the kick, and up go the flags. And so only 4 points separate the teams, and it's still a pretty open match. Although East have had the better of the play most of this game. They only lead 15-11. They've scored 3 tries to 1, and they lead by 4 points. Noonan, Moffat. And look at Obbs coming into the line, the fullback. Moffat behind there, but he's playing the ball forward, and it's a penalty against Johnny Lang in front, and Pearce will certainly take this kick.
John Lang conceding penalties once more, was the man that was penalised there because he didn't get in front of the man playing the ball.
The guidance of the very popular captain, coach Ian Pearce. And here's the kick from Pearce. And up go the flags, and Redcliffe draw within 2 points of East. East leading 15-13, and is this game wide open again?
And there's no doubt that East are causing all this trouble. They're certainly losing the game themselves if they do lose it, because penalties are going Redcliffe way, 11-3 and 6-0 in the second half penalties. And that's
30 metres out in the Redcliffe line. Lindenberg's pass to Naylor. Grayson right round the ankles. And Williams in, the other snowy-headed player, in round the top. And it's a penalty. Goals from 5 attempts. 3 from 6. 3 from 6. East have scored 3 tries to 1. They lead by 2 points, 15-13. This is 28 metres out, but right in front with the breeze behind him. It should be a certain 2 points. See if Holborn can kick it. Out go the flags. And the Tigers go to a 4-point lead, leading 17-13.
I think the most vital thing about that kick is the fact that it's just the thing that East needed to probably lift their game a little. To get
The full-time hooter will be with us at any moment, I feel. There it is. And East down, it's all over, the game's over. East have won the 1977 Grand Final, beating Redcliffe 17-13, a great win.
It's a nostalgic return for Big Artie. 16 years since he last won a premiership for Redcliffe here at Lang Park. But for Souths, it's even longer. 28 years since Mick Crocker's Magpies last took out a premiership for Souths. What's more, Bob McCarthy's team has lost the last two grand finals under Wayne Bennett to Valleys in 1979 and last year under Bobby McCarthy very narrowly to Norths. Looking at the two sides, they're unchanged. Firstly, Redcliffe. And whilst the veterans Bunny Pearce, Tony Obst and Arthur Beetson will face their pressure from the hot conditions, the youngsters, 19-year-old Trevor Benson and later Atoy and 20-year-old Steve Bleakley, will find nerves their greatest enemy. Souths, and for them, 7 of their starting lineup played in last year's grand final, so they have the advantage of that experience. And Bunny Pearce is given the honour of leading out the Redcliffe side, and why not? The 34-year-old veteran will be playing his last game today. It's his 150th A-grade game for Redcliffe. Probably close to 30,000 people. It's very hot, but nevertheless they're enjoying the sunshine. The atmosphere is electric at the moment, and leading them out will be Bruce Aspel, their skipper, I'd say. Yes, Bruce Aspel, captain of the Magpies, possibly playing his last grand final today too. He's hinted that this may be his last season. And look at him, he's psyched up. You can hear him talking to the crowd, talking to the players. And these Souths players may be smaller in stature, but they're big in heart. Stan Scamp, the referee, has blown the whistle, and the game is underway. A good deep kick goes to Mick Waller. Put down just inside the quarter. With the Rossman's gold medalist last year, Tony Obst. Sully, Harry, Meninga on the burst. Look at him hit that pass. So the first opportunity in the game for Redcliffe to put points on the board. Bunny Pearce, a 32-metre kick. He's hit it out to the right. It's coming back, and there's first blood in the grand final. Redcliffe 2, Souths 0.
Opportunities won't come.
Redcliffe easily pushing Souths back that time. And Souths getting the penalty against Redcliffe, collapsing the scrum. They've taken the tap. They've floated past to Thompson. He's in. No, the referee's blown the whistle.
Forward pass. The ball's gone forward. Stan Scamp has ruled it, and not an offside play, just the ball going forward. Here it is again. Quick tap here from Sully. Good thinking from Sully. And good position also there from Billy Johnson to get up out of the scrum. Over the ball goes, and obviously a forward pass. Scrum.
Harry in. Harry scored the try. So Souths have scored the first try of the game. With Sully it was, not Bruce Harry. Taking the initiative again, catching Redcliffe unawares, and they go over and score the first three-pointer of the game. I must admit, I was looking at the replay, and it was hard to pick that one up, but let's see it again, and you'll see Brad Sully, the man who took the tap, going, we can't pick you up for a replay of that because we're showing you the previous one. The scorers, here's Meninga with a fairly simple kick. It's just a matter of accuracy. He's got it. 5-2. Billy Johnston appeared to be packing with a loose arm there, but Redcliffe have got it. Part. Benson, Pearce. Pearce striding through a gap. Benson. Great run by the veteran. They've still got an overlap if they use it properly. Atoy, Cherry, stepping one, stepping another. He'll score. No, he stopped short.
Penalty.
Yes, penalty, double movement. Lovely that from head on. Lumbee at dummy half. Johnston. He's looking for Meninga. He's got it to him. The big fella bumps Benson out of the way. Didn't he hit Benson then? And another player's down too.
Concussed for quite a while, and it came about from this charge from Meninga. The inside pass here, a nice neat one, and Meninga crashes his hip, runs wide. There's Meninga taking the ball now, and then he takes on Abbott coming in low there. There's the arm to knock him away, and then crashes into Beetson. See you later, Big Artie. because Malcolm Meninga's here, and that's the sort of inspiring stuff they're going to need from Meninga today.
For Sully's kick, you can see Lumbey indicating it's going to go up. It'll be a bomb. Instead it goes to Harry. It's a field goal attempt. It's charged forward. Another shot at field goal, this time by Spencer, and it's hooked across. Yes, it's there. What a kick. Well, have a look at that one from end on. That was an amazing one. 2 field goal attempts. The first one charged down, and have you ever seen that before, Dave?
Never before, Peter. That could be the omen for South's day, because here it is, right back to Harry. Can only do one thing, and that's have a shot for field goal, because he's that far back. Jones does well to charge it down, and of all people, it lands right in the arms of Ken Spencer, around about 30 metres out to the right-hand side. Great set move, this from South, and then Spencer just lines it up, and as cool as you like, bang, we'll have another go, and gets a one-pointer out with only seconds to go before half-time.
In fact, the ball hits the post, as you can see, and goes in. So a one-pointer, it gives South the lead of 6-2. It's anyone's game still, Dave, but I still feel this heat might affect Redcliffe more than South.
I think it has, Peter, already. South looking the best side by far. They're finding gaps, they're backing up well, and of course their defence, I think that's what's really put them in such a good position. It's been impregnable. Everything Redcliffe has thrown at them has been just to no avail. They've had a challenge when they've had their backs to the wall a couple of times. They've had players off, and here's an interesting penalty. Right, this is well within Bunny Pearce's range, and it would surprise me if Pearce doesn't take the 2 points here, and it would be a good start in the second half for Redcliffe.
Bunny Pearce once again. So far he's kicked 1 out of 2, and here's his third attempt. It's over. Griffiths. Oh, charging tackle by Daryl Higgs again. My geez, tackled well in this game. Last tackle. The bomb again. More pressure for Spencer. Bunny Pearce knocks it down. Yes, he's given the try.
How did Bunny Pearce hang on to that one? The ball bounced back to him. He seemed to just wedge between his thigh and his arm, and Bunny Pearce has still hung on to it to go across for the try.
Behind his back.
Unbelievable stuff from Bunny Pearce. Probably one of the best handlers in the game, and that's why Bunny says he's retiring, but gee, he's still got those brilliant ball skills. The perfect bomb from Tony Obston. Spencer getting heaps of pressure. There it goes. Up she goes. Spencer underneath it, but boy, these are hard to take. He keeps his eye on the ball. He does everything right, but he just doesn't take the ball, and that's the most important thing. There's the ball coming down. Tiny obstructs him. Here comes Bunny Pearce. Hooks it somehow. Brilliant reactions there from Bunny Pearce. Holds it behind his back. How did he do it? I can't believe it. And Bunny Pearce grounds the ball.
He's got it behind his back, and he's kicked the goal as well, but Bunny Pearce scoring a try with the ball tucked in behind the small of his back. That gives Redcliffe a 9-6 lead. Sully, Harry. Chris Harry's fended off Benson and hit the clear. He's looked for support, found Thompson. And Thompson picked up by the covered fence. Lumbey was unmarked. Offside.
Professional penalty.
Now if Meninga kicks this goal, the difference will be only 1 point. It's almost straight in front. A simple kick. Yes, 9-8. It's out. Johnston. Back to Harry for a shot at field goal. It's low, and it's missed.
And then a field goal's always at last resort.
2 minutes left. Redcliffe lead by 1 point, 9-8. South have used up 1 tackle. Phelan. Strong run from the 1981 Rothmans medalist. 2 tackles gone. The crowd going berserk. Lumbey's left it on the ground, knocked back. Sully picks it up, 3 tackles. Meninga coming across to the right, but it goes to the left. Daryl Higgs. That's 4 gone. Now Spencer's in behind the ruck. He's calling for the ball. It's gone to Sully. Sully trying to set himself for a kick. He's made the half break. 5 tackles gone. 1 minute left. They're running it. Phelan. Meninga. Reardon will score, I think. He's in. That could be the one that wins it. Mick Reardon's gone berserk. So too is the crowd. And that puts Souths in front. 11 points to 9. The kick to come. Could be 3rd time lucky.
Yeah, it is 3rd time lucky, and Souths are ecstatic. Great work from Phelan to get this side of the ruck. He knew that Redcliffe were in trouble. So did Meninga. Quick hands from Meninga. Bang out to Reardon. Reardon's on the spot to score the try. He goes for the corner. Toy infield. He can't get to him. There goes Reardon in the corner. That's the winning try. That's a grand final try. And really, South, I think, had deserved to win this match. It would have been an injustice, I think, because Redcliffe haven't done one thing in the second half apart from put that bomb there. They haven't been able to get out of their own half. And there goes Mickey Reardon with plenty of room to move. The cover defence coming across, but a toy isn't going to get to him. Mickey Reardon scores a grand final winning try, a premiership try, and South get their just desserts.
Here's Meninga's kick. That could be the icing on the cake. The crowd's gone berserk. The players are running around with their hands high above their heads, and Souths take the premiership back to Davies Park for the first time in 28 years. The last time they won it was back in 1953, and Mick Reardon sets the seal on a fairy tale finish. Third time lucky for Bob McCarthy's Magpies, and they win the 1981 premiership and the Winfield Cup, defeating Redcliffe 13 points to 9.
6 minutes gone in the opening quarter of this match. As Johnny Lang, the Eastern Suburbs coach. Down they go. In it goes. Just about now. And a Redcliffe ball. Very quickly won by Redcliffe. To Webb standing wide. He gets it away this time to Bleakley. Bleakley through the gap. He goes for the line. He's over. He'll run around and put it over underneath, almost underneath the post. Bleakley in for the opening try of the match, and it had to come somewhere. And Redcliffe get off to a good start. They lead by 3 points to 0. There's Webb standing wide. Got it away this time to Bleakley. Bleakley straight through the gap, pushed away at one tackle, pushed away another one, and will run around and score. Let's have a look at that one head on now. And here's John Grant.
Yes, from front on, it's all too easy for Steve Bleakley. A simple fend and away he goes. It's too close to the line from there. It's a good try by Steve Bleakley, following on some of the fine form he showed last Tuesday night.
So he's over for the...
Riggenshaw to distribute. Cavill Hugh. Hugh, a strong young lad, over the top. Stacey pulls it down, he's in! Yes, Stacey's going to put it down! Eastern Suburbs have come back. Good thinking from young Cavill Hugh. He received the ball in a very awkward position. Here he is, flat-footed. Thought, well, I better try and break the defence. Knew he couldn't. A bit of a speculator, really. High, over the top, over a toy. Stacey has to jump for it, juggle it, pull it in, and by the time he got it, he was around everybody. And Steve Stacey scores the try, and 5-3 with the kick to come, John Grant.
That was great work by Cavill Hugh, as you said, George. Not so much a speculator when you've got 3 men sitting outside. All he knew he had to do was to try and pop it up somehow. And Steve Stacey, welcome back to first grade. Steve's heavily wrapped, looks a bit like Farlap there, but he certainly runs like the Steve Stacey of old and puts it down as close to the post as possible.
15 metres from the halfway line. Holborn, Paul Kahn. Good pass to Cavill Hugh, and away goes the young fellow. Inside to Bradley Becker! They won't catch Becker! Whoa! Try number 2. What a beauty! Well, Bradley Becker said this morning, I spoke to him on the phone, I haven't scored many tries this far through the season, but I'll give you a couple this afternoon, George. Well, here's the first one, Paul Kahn and the young fellow Cavill Hugh. What a great player this fella's going to be if he keeps going. Must have heard Becker, turn, and once Becker got it, shut the gates. He won't catch Bradley Becker. And there it is, 2 tries in 3 minutes, and East have snatched the lead, 8 points to 5. John Grant.
What a fantastic return to the game. I was watching the first 10 minutes of the game and wondering when it was going to be with Redcliffe was going to score their second try. This is Paul Kahn at his absolute best, and all he needs is a runner that runs into the gap like that one. Cavill Hugh showing a lot of promise following that first try. Brad Backer found his way right across from the wing, and if you watch the early part of the try, he hung in there behind Paul Kahn and behind Cavill Hugh, and as you say, George, he's told you this morning, I'll have 2 tries today, thank you.
Shane McNally, that's 2 out of 2, and he's leading Redcliffe in the 1982 Winfield State League final by 10 points. Eastern Suburbs away now. Backer to Tangle at the Stacey, chased by Colin Part. Palms Part. Ray Brown comes across and bumps him into touch. 15 metres inside Eastern Suburbs territory. Both teams throwing everything into it. Abbott, Cherry, Brown. Can he get it to Talbot? Inside to Big Jim Talbot. Inside the quarter. Fires it inside to Terry Webb. Terry Webb not real happy with referee Ward. He reckoned the ball was needing a try in this crucial third quarter. Down by 7 points. Peter Griffiths, the little battering ram, barging his way towards the line, still on his feet, still struggling. Pull down finally, 6 metres out. Can Redcliffe score? That's the burning question. Georgie Trudgett, dummy half, out to Bolton Smith. He's lost the ball. Steve Stacey. And solid in defence as well. Last tackle coming up. Jeff Ash, centre of the ruck, makes a half break, and now we've got a bit of attack. Inside to Ash. Ash has Slingsby with him, it's over his shoulder. 6 to go indicated, 6 to go indicated. Eastern Suburbs ball, touched by Redcliffe. East on the attack, 5 minutes left in this quarter. Out to Stacey. Stacey put down, they're not doing anything fancy. They've got 5 left in this lot of 6. Holborn into Briganshaw. Shane McNally, a long pass to Khan once again. Khan has Mark Payne with him. Fires it out the backer now. Confronted by Talbot. Runs around Talbot to the quarterway. Infield he comes and a try, I think. No, pull down. Eastern Suburbs. 3 left in this lot of 6. Mark Payne a dummy half. At the... Whoa. McNally. Slingsby. Slingsby towards the line. Half metre out. Can he score? Lead by 12 points to 5. 1 left in this lot of 6. Briganshaw calling for it. He's got it. A drop goal. Yes. 1 point. 13 points to 8. Well, some sustained. 2 minutes of play remaining. John Boxall. Boxall replaced Steve Bullow. 10 minutes into this third quarter. Added a bit of fire here Tuesday night. We'll see if he can do it again. Trudgett across field. Well, what happened there? That looked like a forward pass. Stephen Cherry. Cherry inside to Steve Bax. He's got support. Terry Webb juggled. Pull down. Redcliffe needing points. Terry Webb plays it forward. Over! Over! Terry Webb scores the try. And 13 points to 8. Let's have a look at it once again. Plenty of Redcliffe supporters here, as you can see. Terry Webb forward, goes down real low, and there's no mistake about that. Fair tries, 2 tries each, 13-8 from front on John Grant.
Yes, well, this is the finish to the try, but what got their ball to there in the first place was a very suspect, if you like, a very strange fixed move from a tap kick. Redcliffe turn the tables right
coming
again.
Up. John Grant announcing that at the conclusion of this game. On it goes this time to Holborn. Holborn's going to look good, but is tackled from behind. Got the pass to Tingle, and Tingle will score. He's over underneath the post, and he's started great guns in the final quarter and moved to a lead of 16 points to 10. Here it is again, an Eastern Suburbs ball from the scrum. Briganshaw. Then it'll come to Holborn. Holborn through that gap, drawing plenty of defence. Now you can see Tingle just starting to cut back inside. He's tackled, but gets the pass to Tingle. Atoy gives chase, but it's all over. Tingle far too fast. Through and over underneath the post. And we'll have a look at the head-on shot now, coming up with John Grant.
Yes, coming up East, right back into this, not giving Redcliffe any chance to settle down. And Greg Holborn, that's a good break from Holborn. And Tingle positioning himself beautifully really shows us the speed that this young kid's got. That's probably the first opportunity he's had in this game. And I must admit he's made the most of that one right under the post, and that's a certain 5 points.
Try scorer, Brett Tingle. It's a big start for Redcliffe to give away now. Paul Khan. Still going Khan. Got away to Holborn again. And Holborn, oh, he got the pass to Sarah, lost it. Picked up by Khan, but the referee to play the knock on. Talbot pushed Khan away, and Khan threw the ball back at him.
I think Khan looked a bit too big for Jim.
Terry Webb's going to take a tap. Goes himself. He's through. He's going for the line. Is he in? Yes, he's over. Second try to Terry Webb. Both times he's really had to fight for the line. And he's done it on that occasion to get Redcliffe back into it. 18-13 is the lead. Here he goes. Takes the tap. Dummies through the gap. You couldn't for the world see him getting through there, but he does, and he's over for the try. The head-on's coming up now. Here's John Grant.
Yeah, that's 2 great tries to Terry Webb. Certainly, I just compliment Eastern Suburbs on their defence, and then Terry Webb makes a mockery of the whole statement by running through half of the forward pack. That's a great try, in fact, and a crucial one for Redcliffe at this point.
Kick is successful. That narrows the gap. It's 18-15 and a great ball game on our hands here at Lang Park.
Sure injured. Time off indicated, and it looks like Bobby Jones and Errol Slingsby having a little bit of a tape-to-tape there. A field goal. Inside to Khan! Yes! Slinger goes in. Oh, won't he be happy? One of Eastern Suburbs' most popular players, Errol Slingsby, playing his first full final for Eastern Suburbs, and watch Genghis Khan. Straight up the middle, like a battering ram. Slingsby's there, in for try number 4. 21 points to 15. Jubilation. They defeat Redcliffe by 23 points to 15.
Okay, getting ready for it. Referee Eddie Ward blows the whistle. They're underway in the 83 Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final. From the kickoff, Colin Part feeds it away, and coming up there will be the winger in John Chapman. Out in brand new jerseys today. Coming through, yes.
Oh, silly play by the 5'8".
Steve Blinkley coming up to kick the ball away then as Mark McDonald went to take a quick tap, and now that allows Shane McNally to have a shot at goal.
And they're the mistakes Barber does not want his team making. McNally's gained, what, a good 15 metres, 12 to 15 metres there. Not that he needed it in the first place. He's a magnificent kicker.
At Lang Park. Here he is on the way. Are these the first points in the match? They certainly are. 2 points on the board. Eastern Suburbs, after only just over 1 minute of play, go to a lead of 2 points to 0. Shot of the outer, and you can see there's not too many shirts floating about out there, Michael. They're down to the nitty-gritty.
Yes, it's real beach-going weather. A good crowd at Lang Park here.
Yeah, this is Paul Kahn. A lot of room up the centre against Valleys. Bernarden is the dummy half, but it's played forward. Going ahead is Carter. Now he puts up a bomb. Payne is back there. Bernarden's pouring down on top of him. He's lost the ball. It's picked up by Brown. Brown cutting across field, but runs straight into a pile of defence over there. He'll play it now. Bleakley is the dummy half. Bleakley across. Coming up is Benson. Benson going very close to the line. As I said, there's not a great deal of him, but he used what he had there, and he's only about a metre out. He'll play it now. Back onto Part. Part gets it away to Fullerton Smith, then to Cherry. Cherry flicks it back inside. That's Brennan. Brennan all ball rolling loose. Picked up by Fullerton Smith and crashed to the ground.
Good defence from Eastern Suburbs. Yes, East have been down here for about 4 or 5 minutes. I want to get out of here.
Lindenberg says, I agree. He puts up a little kick. He's following out after it, but it goes over his head. Cherry ends up with it. And Cherry eventually put to the ground. He's midway between the quarter and halfway. Still in Eastern Suburbs territory. That's where most of the play has been so far. Brown right over the top. This is Brennan. Brennan up over the quarter. Into touch. Dummy half Kelly. Back on to Lindenberg. Now he puts up a little kick. He's following after it. There's plenty of players there. Forster's got it. It's juggled out of his hands, but oh no, they've claimed it. Player back behind. Forster was half-back Colin Parts. Redcliffe
helped him recover.
Line. So it's Redcliffe still not out of the horrors because they have another goal line dropout. And this is Payne coming across field to take it. That's McDonald. Going to Patterson. Patterson got it out. This could be trouble if they let it go. Backer gets it on the bounce. Chapman coming at him. He's away from Chapman. Gets it on this time to Kelly. Kelly pulled down 5 metres out. He's putting on plenty of pressure now. The final tackle. Fullerton Smith from dummy half. Fullerton Smith back over there to Bernarden. Bernarden has another little kick. Carrying across fields. Oh, going for it was Cherry. They're still going. Did he get a hand to it? No. No try.
Oh, that was close. Yeah, it took off like a startled gazelle.
It covers a bit of a surprise. Here's a kick now by Trevor Benson. But it's not into touch. So Gavin Payne will run it out. Payne now gets it away to Kelly. Here's a bit of a chance to Brad Backer. There's plenty of cover on its way. He got it back to Kelly, though. Kelly stepping out, centre kick's not a bad idea because here comes Payne up the centre. Will he get there? It'll be over the dead ball line. No! No, no try. Drop out from underneath the goal now.
Support slow to get to Fullerton Smith then.
Bernarden dummy half. Now back on to Mitch Brennan. Brennan moving solidly here. He's got Payne to beat. Coming at him from behind was Backer. Payne will pull him down about 10 metres out from that line. He'll get up to play it. Bleakley's up his dummy half. Kick through his legs, but it's into touch.
Oh, exciting first half.
So Bernarden sending it back onto Colin Part. Part almost through. Just a couple of metres out. His territory, the tackler there was Max Sowell. Bernarden crossed to Part, then to Bleakley. Outside of Paul Kahn. Kahn tackled by Kelly, but he got his pass back. They're still going. This is Bleakley. Bleakley gets it away to Cherry. Cherry tackled. Is he into touch? Yes, into touch there on the far side of the ground there.
And Cherry.
Quite a decision to make. So now Eastern Suburbs take the tap inside the quarter. No tries on the board as yet at Lang Park. Both teams defending quite desperately. Lindenberg running across field. Now he gets it away to Gavin Jones. Here's the big second rower on the bustle. He's going for that corner, but oh, he's into touch. Bernarden is dummy half. Puts in a little chip kick. Not much of a kick. Knocked back. It comes into the hands of Benson. Benson over the top. Here's Chapman for the corner. Can he make it? No. Barreled out.
Great defence from Eastern Suburbs. Superb.
One would have thought he was there, Mick.
Oh, he was going for the line. Top defence from Eastern Suburbs. Because that's the team that will win the 1983 Grand Final.
So this is Wayne Lindenberg. Lindenberg still going. He got it back inside to Tengdall. Tengdall up over the halfway. Has he got the pace? Tengdall stretching out. Chapman making a bit of headway at him. No, he's in. Tengdall will run around and score underneath the post. And Eastern Suburbs in for the first try. That could be the secret of the whole thing. He's over for the try. They have a lead of 6-0.
Oh, waiting all day, Eastern Suburbs for this. And it was Lindenberg, the fancy little lad who got the short pass, and Tindale ran onto it. And this bloke is a former winger. No one was going to catch him. Chapman was going up and down in the one place. He dived, but it was shut the gate. The horse had bolted, and all the Eastern Suburbs players saying, here, round here, put it down near the post.
Well, Brad Backer was right behind him. He had Backer there if he needed him, but Tengdall put his head down and decided, this is it, I'm just going to go. So you'll see that from here. There it goes. Now here he is from the head on. Here's Tengdall stepping out. There's Chapman, the only one with any chance. Backer was outside of him. He had one little look. Chapman had to have a go, but he just couldn't touch him. And he's driving for the line, taking notice of Brad Backer, who's saying, take it round, and still talking to him all the way around. So Eastern Suburbs in for a try and a lead of 6-0. Dane McNally attempting to make it 8 points to 0. And he does. So Eastern Suburbs lead Redcliffe 8 points to... So now it's Benson getting it away this time to Brown, rather. Brown up over the halfway, shaped a kick. He's tackled, got out of that one. Still going over in the centre. He's lost a boot in the process. Tackled by McDonald right on the quarter line. So back to Brigginshaw. Brigginshaw to Lindenberg. Lindenberg got away from Kudusky. He's setting up the centre. Back to Larry Brigginshaw. Then away to Leman. Leman gets it on to Patterson. Patterson starting to move solidly. Gets it away to Backer. Backer taken ball and all over there by Forster and into touch. So over to Wayne Lindenberg. Lindenberg through. No support, has he? He has Backer. Flicked it back inside. End up beautifully in Backer's hands. And this will be a try. Brad Backer away with 3 Eastern Suburbs players inside, and that'll wrap up the 83 Winfield Cup as Brad Backer is over underneath the post. And Eastern Suburbs career away with a big lead now of 12 points to 0.
And it's taken a little while for that man Paul Lindenberg to weave his magic. But just watch this replay. Just watch how he goes down that sideline, stands 2-3 times. He stands up the opposition. Here he goes. Once. Through he goes. Now watch this. Twice. And then the short pass inside, and there is no one there. Only McDonald. And he's wishing he had the ball as he follows Backer around under the post.
Brad Backer having a cursory glance over the...
Oh, and they've earned it. I've been watching Lindenberg all day. There's Backer in the corner. Well, he wasn't. He was right under the post.
There's a kick by McNally. It's over. And the game is as good as over. It's been a top-class final. 4 minutes remaining. And Eastern Suburbs have a lead of 14. Mark Murray, no, they won't, because he's lost it. So back it goes then across to Gavin Payne. Payne will be grabbed by... Oh, no! Breaking away, Steve Cherry with the try.
Oh, how easy was that? Payne absolutely pressed Paul in there. They wanted to keep Redcliffe tryless. Watch this.
So did I at the double.
Well, the ball is knocked on. It goes back to Payne right now. He runs with the ball, and watch this. Cherry goes, oh, thank you very much. Extracts it from him and bolts. Earlier.
There's the kick, and it is through. John Chapman converts the try. Eastern Suburbs leading by 14-6 in this grand final.
Well, 50-50.
Okay.
Counting down.
Counting down, all right. Crowd getting ready to come onto the field. The hoot is just about to go. And referee Eddie Ward calls it off, but it's all over. And Eastern Suburbs have won the 1983 Winfield Cup. And I would imagine a very elated Johnny Lang down there with all of the Eastern Suburbs supporters, and also, of course, their...
From dummy half goes Gene Miles, trying to crash his way over after his superb game here against Ipswich on Sunday. Dummy half is Lewis. He'll go through himself. He's over. He's the master of play like that, Wally Lewis. No doubt about him, when it's close to the line, Lewis was in quickly to make sure there was a quick play of the ball. There was only the slightest of gaps, but through it he went. He's an absolute genius at that sort of play, Wally Lewis. No hope of stopping him, and Winner Manley score the first try. Here's the NEC replay from behind.
That's what makes the man such a great play. He's read that play, and not too many other footballers in the game would have done that. Charles now 6 points to 2.
Colin Scott converts, and Winner Manley lead Redcliffe in the Winfield State League final by 6 points to 2. But wrapped up by the defence. Brian Naylor's there to stop him. The last coming up for Redcliffe. Back to Duncan Weir. He puts in the little kick just across the face of goal. Biles up for it. He can't take it. It's going to be a try. Michael Webb's in to score. Funnel Webb scores underneath the post.
And Duncan Weir, this is a super kick. I was about to say earlier in the game that Redcliffe would miss Wally Fullerton-Smith with his hit power, but they'll miss that all right, but they won't lose a lot in Duncan Weir. They make up for it in other areas. He's got a superb short kicking game, and there's going to be a 6-pointer as a direct result of it.
There's the kick, the conversion by Trevor Benson. Redcliffe lead by 8-6. Last coming up for the Seagulls. Miles is the acting halfback, and he'll run himself from there and pops a super pass to Greg Dowling. Oh, great football. Tell you what, mightn't be far off saying that Gene Miles could be picked as a second rower, because that would be absolutely super play that any second rower would be proud of. Swinging across the face of goal, in fact, just flicks the upright and goes away. No goal, and Winner Manley lead Redcliffe in the Winfield State League final by 10 points to 8. Wally Lewis to Miles. Trying to crash his way through. Super pass to Colin Scott. Then another good one to Ian French, and away it goes to Brian Naylor. Oh, great football by Winner Manley, and Brian Naylor goes in to score. Oh, you won't see some better passes than those. Absolutely freakish passes by Winner Manley, and only great players can pull off football like that in big games. Superb football. It might look easy, but I tell you what, it's damn hard to do.
It's reserved for champions, and there's a couple there. A super pass from Miles to French. French does all the right work and gets it to Naylor, who goes in and scores the try. But that's super passing under pressure, and you've got to be a class footballer to even think about doing that, let alone do it properly.
Tell you what, if Gene Miles pulls a couple of those off next Tuesday night, there won't be much left of the Frankfurt grandstand, I wouldn't think.
No,
what a great pass.
Look at this. Well, actually to Scotty, and a superb pass from Scott to Ian French. And that's where Ian French is at his best, when he can get a bit of room to move. And he did all he had to do with the ball. And this man, we mentioned on Sunday, he's an underrated member of the football team.
14-8 it is. Here's the kick on its way from Colin Scott. No goal. Waved away. Winner Manley lead Redcliffe. 9.5 minutes short of half-time by 14 points to 8. Lewis. Miles again. To Colin Scott once more. They're working brilliantly together. Then to Scott. Lewis has to juggle the pass. Now gives it back to Ian French, heading for the post. He's in again. Colin Scott and Gene Miles, they're unstoppable tonight. Redcliffe simply can't contain the two Queensland players. And underneath the post, and that, even at this stage, could be the try to wrap it up for Winner Manley. Here's the NEC replay.
The pass was forward, but it's a good piece of football. And again, Gene Miles was the guy that took the Redcliffe defence out of the play by just shuffling across the field. Here we see a Shepherd. But Colin Scott, one of the best players in the game, and with his ability to run into a hole.
All of the Winfield State League final with still 2.5 minutes remaining until half-time. Tackle count restarts. And this will be a penalty to Redcliffe. Indiscriminate kicking by Winner Manley. Flags are up. It's there, and the half-time score in the Winfield State League final is Winner Manley 20, leading Redcliffe 10. And in. Well, that's how quickly they can do it, Winner Manley. From near touch, and it's just short. No goal. So Winner Manley lead Redcliffe in the Winfield State League final by 24 points to 10. It's coming up for Redcliffe. To Murray again. Mel Green gets through just to try and put the kick down. Picked up quickly and given away to Gene Miles. Miles sprinting into the open. They won't stop him. It's Gene Miles first. Daylight second. Winner Manley are in to score, and they lead by 28 points to 10. I tell you what, have a look at the replay of this try on the NEC replay, and you'll see that Mel Green has a lot to do with this, the way he comes up on Mark Murray and didn't allow Murray to get the kick away properly, and Dawes snapped it up, and that was shut the gate.
Yeah, put it down to Mel Green, really. He's the captain of the defensive side for Winner Manley. He leads the way, and he's put a lot of pressure on the field kicker there, Mark Murray. And he just didn't have time to get the kick.
League than the big Gene Miles in full flight. Colin Scott converts. It's 30 points to 10.
Went up that right arm of his. You know, if you can get a chance to get over the top at him, you've just got to wrap up the right arm, otherwise he'll offload with that hand.
Peter Dawes getting his pass away to Brian Naylor. Naylor feeds it back on the inside to Peter Dawes once more, backing up. Little Peter Dawes backing up a la Terry Lamb style, and here it is again on the NEC replay.
But it's all Dawes. Dawes is involved here in another pass. You see him, he puts Naylor through the hole. Basketball style pass. Good play from him here. You can see him, he's urging him on. Backs up on the inside and takes the pass to go across and score. And he's an aggressive little man, this fella. Not only does he come up with some big hits in defence, but he calls some shots around the centre of the ruck area.
It's the upright back into the field of play. No goal. 34 to 10 it is before he reaches the quarter line.
The little man Ferrugi, of course, has got to have take a lot of raps. Here we go for another try.
Peter Sinclair going straight through a gap. He's got support if he needs it. Fires it back on the inside and they're going to score. Gene Miles touches down for Winner Manley, and that's try number 8. It looked for a moment as if Peter Sinclair had blown it. There was support on the outside. He elected to run himself, and there's a delighted Wally Lewis.
From Wally, and it's pleasing to see the big smile on Wally's face. No doubt Wally knows he's going to be away for interstate and Australian commitments, but he's got a very good young deputy in this fella. And if he listens to what Lewis has got to tell him, he can go right on with the job. And there's Gene Miles again. He just can't stop it well.
Greg Anders just sneaks that kick over as we go back to the replay of Gene Miles touching down for that try. Greg Anders converts, and Winner Manley have reached 40. They lead by 40 points to 10.
The Lewis, Miles, Scotts and so on. Well, the Queensland Rugby League's in a very healthy state.
Oh, some bad defence now, though, by Redcliffe. And a lovely pass from Daryl Jenner. Back for Peter Dawes, and he'll sprint away under the post. Jenner just strode through some non-existent defence. Here it comes again. Jenner dummies. Straight past Greg Canescu.
And Mark Murray.
And Mark Murray. Peter Dawes backing up. And away goes Peter Dawes to score untouched under the pin. This time Greg Anders gets it over with a little more ease. Winner Manley 46. Redcliffe 10. Petrie distributes back to Miles. elects to run it himself. Now, one-handed pass around the corner to Colin Scott. It's where he had a golf ball in his hand. Back to Scott Lewis. Dawes is there again. This time he puts it on the deck. And it goes into touch as the hooter sounds for full time, and Winner Manly have retained their title as the Winfield State League champions with a resounding victory over Redcliffe. A thoroughly professional performance by Winner Manly, and for their stars, a great warm-up for the State of Origin next week. Winner Manly down Redcliffe by 46 points to 10 here at Lang Park. So the full-time score in the Winfield State League, Winner Manly defeating Redcliffe by 46 points to 10. Let's have a look at the breakdown of the scoring. And Winner Manly tonight ran in 9 tries. Wally Lewis, Greg Dowling, Brian Naylor, Ian French, Bob Lindner, with Gene Miles and Peter Dawes 2 apiece. For Redcliffe, their try scorer was Michael Webb. The goal kicking, Scott 3 from 7, Anders 2 from 2. For Redcliffe, Trevor Benson 3 out of 3.
Good afternoon everyone, and welcome to League 87 and our live coverage this afternoon of the 1987 Winfield Cup Rugby League Grand Final between minor premiers brothers and Redcliffe. And it's also good afternoon to David Wright.
Good afternoon, Bill, and it's really with a touch of nostalgia we go into the grand final this afternoon, because with the entry of a Brisbane team into the Sydney competition next year, we won't really see the competition in its current format ever again. And what a chance for both these sides to go down in history. It's 1965 since Redcliffe last won a premiership, and 68 since brothers have, so plenty of incentive for both sides.
For brothers, fullback Clinton Moore, the three-quarters, Joe Kilroy, Robert Grogan, Jeff Burns and Mark Coyne, the halves of Peter Gill and Greg Smith, and the forwards Lockford, Brett Leman, the second row partnership of Tony Ray and Gary Smith, and the front row Steve Carter, Trevor Bailey and Jim Stafford.
A look at the Dolphins side then, and Darryl Vandervelde, as has been usual in the last few weeks, won't release his side until about 5 minutes before the game. Let's have a look at one in the program. Greg Donlier was injured last week. Could be Brett Rolls in there in his place. On the wing, Shane Knuth and Robin Thorne. The centres, Teven and Cherry, we think. Doyle will probably sit on the sideline. Benson and Sandy the halves are a very good back line. And in the forwards, looks to be a good one as well. That's where Redcliffe's strength has been all season. Bleakley, Keogh and Tapia in the back row, and an international front row in Niebling, Kinescu and Brown.
And here they come out onto the field. First team out for the 1987 Grand Final, the minor premiers brothers. And led out by their captain for this afternoon's match, Trevor Bailey and hooker. There they are, led out by their little mascot, the Leprechaun. Brothers, probably slight favourites to win this match.
And as expected, a late change for the Dolphin outfit, and the changes come from the medium of Robin Thorne. Robin Thorne won't be playing. He will be wearing number 5, sitting on the bench, and there we just saw Brett Rolls wearing 14. He takes his place in the sides.
The 1987 Brisbane Winfield Cup Rugby League Grand Final. Redcliffe kicking off down to brothers. That's Coyne. Throws the ball across to his supports. And Smith will be taken down just 10 metres short of his own try line as the roar goes up. Brothers, Smith, Gill, the little chip and chase. Brothers play a string through, sits up for Burns, he regains. Now it's on the ground, knocked on though. Carter juggles, then takes them on. And slips his pass, still going, Bailey for the try, and he scores! The first try of the match for brothers when they open the door.
What a try, what a smile from the captain. Beautiful pass from Steve Carter. Had a suspicion about being forward. Eddie Ward didn't think so, but Steve Carter took them on straight up the middle. Brothers hit back the blind side first up. Let's have a look at it. Beautiful pass, that was okay. Picked up beautifully by Bailey, not a forward. And Bailey showing good pace, gets away from Bleakley, then to the fullback Donnelly. Look at the stride on Bailey. Had his sights set on the try line, he wasn't going to get caught. Donnelly should have made a better attempt to tackle than that one. And Trevor Bailey, the brothers' captain, gets across for the first points of the game. Here it is, Carter, great front row play. Goes in to protect himself initially, then gets his hands free, fires it up to the ever backing up hooker, and he breaks out of the tackle and then steps again to go away from Donnelly. Caught Donnelly flat-footed, and Trevor Bailey streaks across for brothers' first try. They lead 4-0.
As he moves in to try and add the extras, and looks so it's across the face. Waved away, says the touch judges. The score remains brothers 4, Redcliffe 0. Off. Smith to Gill. To Leman. Leman supports, recovered. To come back inside. Stafford are keeping it alive. Gill. Gill spots a hole. Still going. Gill has the ball. Bailey. Now it's Carter. Carter draws the defence. To Grogan. To Kilroy. Kilroy pulled out and lost. Beautiful mixed tackle by Keogh coming across.
Champagne Rugby League, you wouldn't get it better than that. Joe's got the ball in the wrong hand. Keogh picks him up beautifully, takes him in a touch.
The clearing kick, Coyne again, beats safe all day, comes up again. Beats, doesn't beat Rose, but unloads his pass to Moore. Moore beats to Pyer. Moore into open spaces, up towards the quarter way. Can't beat Sandy's tackle. Benson, Kilroy, across the cover, with a try of Brothers. A try of Brothers.
Joe shows his orange mouth guard. He's exhausted. He'd only just barely recovered from the last cover defending tackle. Had to juggle that one to put it away. Great build-up once again. Brothers showing from broken play. There's the man who started it, young Mark Coyne. He took the ball beautifully back from the deep kick downfield. Redcliffe were under pressure. He'd given the ball to Clinton Moore. Clinton Moore there, tries to stand up Jamie Sandy. Just gets his hands free long enough. Tony Ray, beautiful backup. Out to Joe Kilroy. Look at Joe juggle it. Just gets a hold of it. Cover defence too late. Here you go, Brothers, for their second try.
Away. So Brothers now 8-0.
Well, I think the value of Breezes depends very much. There's another pass from Tapia gone astray.
Coyne for the try line. The cover defence will come across, but they won't catch him. And Coyne will score. And Brothers, that's their third try. They lead now 12 points to 0.
Well, you can just about put your glasses down, I think. That's inexcusable from Redcliffe. Another try from a mistake. Certainly that the tackle was a heavy one. Redcliffe at 8-0, okay. Wasn't what they wanted at half-time, but it was certainly better than this, 12-0. There it is to Pyer, trying to get the pass away. Crunch, Steve Carter, what a hit. The ball goes loose, picked up quickly by Brothers. Here it is, the ball bouncing around. Tony Ray it is. Look at him search straight for his winger. Always had it in mind to get out. Beautiful pass, little flick of the wrist. And Mark Coyne, he's a speedster. Dave Brown, he could have had a jet behind him. He wasn't going to catch this fellow. He scoots away. Neither was Keogh. And Mark Coyne, the young speedster, puts it down for Brothers' third try. But once again, we've got Redcliffe making mistakes. Okay, this one was brought about by a fantastic tackle, but it really shouldn't have come because they should have tidied it right up.
Tony Ray with the kick, looking to add the extras, and hits the uprights and bounces in. That's his first kick. 1 from 3. And that will be the half-time score. Brothers 14, Redcliffe 0.
Penalty. And a penalty to Redcliffe.
Should take the 2 points, I reckon.
So Bob Keogh moves in to this attempt at goal and looks pretty true. Up go the flags. Redcliffe, their first points on the board. They trail by 14 points to 2. As you say, Dave, that could well be now a confidence booster. Play it back. Greg Smith. Carter running wide. Carter. Another beautiful pass to Gill. Gill gets his pass up to Grogan. Grogan out to turn. Gets it. Moore. One to beat. Kilroy. That was ball though. Went forward.
Joe's going to put it across the line anyway. What a spectacular player. Joey thinks he scored it. Shakes the head.
Bailey with the kick. On they're screaming through, Brothers. Up they go for it. Come down, Brothers way. 6 to go. That's a try.
Tony Ray on the spot. Once again, Brothers challenging for the ball. It was touched by a Brothers player. Should come backwards though. 18-2 the score now as Brothers race away with it. Good kick out of dummy half. Once again, Brothers have a great licence to kick out of dummy half. Good one from Bailey, the captain. Hung up in the breeze. And Peter Gill and Brothers in there very quickly to try and harass Redcliffe. They couldn't handle it. Tony Ray could. And Brothers 18-2 with the kick to come.
Pretty well in front. Moves in, makes no mistake. Up go the flags. Brothers move out now to lead by 20 points to 2. Sandy, little chip kick through. Plenty of chasers. Loose in goal. Sandy dives on it. And that's a try. A consolation try to Redcliffe. That's their first try of the match.
Well, the only way they were going to crack their defence. They weren't going to run through it. They had to kick through it, and it's surprising they haven't done a little bit more of it.
Scrum string around. Brothers have it. Gill. Some more. Moore spots a hole. Still going. Clinton Moore. Clinton Moore for the try line. Shot the gate. Clinton Moore will run all the way and score. Breaks it round underneath the uprights. That's the ball game for 1987. There they are, the brethren. They're the premiers.
He's on his way try to St George next year. Here he is coming out the other side. Clinton Moore streaking away. The danger always was that Brothers' backs were going to do the damage, and we've seen Kilroy, Mark Coyne and Clinton Moore finish off some great attacking movements as he puts it down under the sticks.
Tony Ray to have the extras right in front. Up go the flags. Brothers add another nail to the coffin. With 4 minutes remaining now, just under 5 minutes in fact. They lead 26 points to 8.
There's a little leprechaun. He's been on their side today.
Brothers player slowly to his feet. There goes the hooter. And Brothers, deserved winners of the 1987 Winfield Cup Grand Final by 26 points to 8. And what a happy bunch they are.
There's Strutty. He's a happy man. But all credit to Brothers. They really fought on strongly. And I think the scoreline really shows their supremacy this season.
Welcome to the 1996 State League Grand Final, live at Suncorp Stadium, where Redcliffe and Toowoomba play for supremacy in the inaugural year of the Queensland Cup.
And so it all comes down to this, the grand final of the Queensland Cup. And what a terrific battle we have coming up this afternoon with Redcliffe taking on Toowoomba. It's the country against the city. You couldn't want for a better grand final. Two teams that have been in sparkling form. And so what a wonderful conclusion to what has been a fantastic competition, one that we've certainly enjoyed covering throughout this rugby league season.
We're going to have a very polarised crowd. The people coming down from the Downs and from Redcliffe City. Should be a great game. I think the Clydesdales can win it.
Yes, a good crowd has turned up as well for this grand final, and the team's about to come out, and here they come, the Toowoomba Clydesdales. They've brought a bit of their weather with them too, I think, because it's a bit breezy and a little cool here at Lang Park. Possibility of a bit of rain, and Wally Fullerton Smith won't be looking forward to that. But David, looking at this Toowoomba side, and Donnie Saunders, he's led them so very well. As you said, there's a doubt over his fitness. He had a shoulder injury last week, and what a great job Mick Jenkins has done at hooker as well.
Now here is the Dolphins. Ian Graham leads them out. The Dolphins who were here 2 years ago to win the Brisbane Premiership. They had a bit of a hiccup last year. They fancy their chances this afternoon. Wally Fullerton Smith and myself were down at the grand final breakfast this morning, and they are very, very confident, the Dolphins. I think their squad of 17, Jerry, when you look at them, and you really need to then have a look at their bench of Graham Cotter, James Hinchy, Bevan Canning and Cameron Hurren. Any one of those four players, or all four, would make a first-grade side in most other clubs. So it's a very, very strong squad of 17. And, of course, John Boxall has got those at his disposal with unlimited interchange.
And as we look forward to the kick-off, I think it'll be a great match.
Certainly will. So it's a reasonably strong breeze, and Toowoomba will be running with it in the opening half as Vol takes it up almost to the 20-metre line. And so the Toowoomba Clydesdales ready to see if they can win this first ever Queensland Cup, and what a terrific performance it will be if they are able to do that, and reflecting the wonderful rugby league traditions of the Downs. They have produced so many good rugby league players over the years.
19 minutes in the match so far. 0-0 is the score. Robinson out to Gould, lets a couple go, out to O'Reilly. O'Reilly lets one go back on the inside. Good sliding defence though, but O'Reilly bolts away from Alder. Rushes down the bouncer, can't make it in a touch. Tom O'Reilly has just put his foot on the touchline. Now the big fellow in here, grab his block. They didn't need that, the Dolphins. A little bit of a punch up on Sutton as well, and Oliver has to get in there. Now Sutton, this is interesting. After the whistle was blown, and I reckon the penalty was always going to go to Toowoomba here. When the whistle went, Sutton said, well, I've got nothing to lose, and he threw a couple. I felt it was totally unnecessary. And he's gone, hello, 10 minutes. This is a vital decision by Paul Oliver, and that vindicates the decision for Graham to go.
Certainly does.
With two players in the bin, one from each side. Ken Scott at the first points. I think he's hit it pretty well. He's got the first points in the grand final. The Clydesdales lead by 2 points to 0 with 17 minutes to go up to half-time.
At a half-time, and they kicked a field goal to make it 3-2. Donnie Saunders now charging through the defence and across the halfway. He's got support there. The pass away and the kick inside by by Peter Stenner, and Redcliffe clean up.
And over the underneath with O'Reilly and Robinson. This time Lawson, the flat pass to Carl. What a tackle! He's up again, tries to go further but can't. Gill made the tackle. If they can get out to the left, they'll score. Lawson tries the dummy, tries to step away, does so. Lawson's in. Sean Lawson scores the try. In the urgency to get wide, the Toowoomba Clydesdales, through Sean Lawson, realised the dummy might be a chance. The defence went one way because they had to. They were desperate, and Lawson straightened to score.
Lawson's option here, you probably, you can't see all the players, but there are Toowoomba players all lined out there. Thought of a good long pass, stepped back inside Danny Nutley, and all of a sudden the gates were open. It was like the harbour bridge, and underneath it he went. Sean Lawson picks up the first try of the grand final
to give them that special buffer. Moves in Scott Kuhneman, chips it straight down the middle, and the Clydesdales have snuck out to an 8-0 lead. And there's been 10 minutes of this second half.
They're looking for, they're only 30 metres out. Graham Trotter able to offload across to Tweedy. He keeps it going from Gould out to Shipway. Shipway accelerating. Up to the corner he goes, you score! Shipway goes in for Redcliffe. And the grand final is wide open again. It's 8 points to 4. Toowoomba leading, but Redcliffe are back in the grand final.
Well, they said this kid could play, Mark Shipway. He played in the Colts with Redcliffe. He came there as a Colt. I think he's originally from New South Wales country. Score is 8-4. It's a try apiece. Let's have another look at it. Tweedy, good. They did well to keep the hands alive, the ball alive. Shipway out to... and then he just had Lawson opposite him, stood him up nicely. Hamlin was caught a little bit unawares by the pace and the stride of Mark Shipway. He scoots away. 8-4. Can Tony Gould get the extra 2 points?
Certainly, of course, Redcliffe have such terrific pace. Tony Gould's attempt looks pretty good. Over the black bar it goes. And so there are just 2 points in the grand final. Toowoomba 8, Redcliffe 6. We've got just 10 minutes left in the match.
Under 9 minutes to go in the grand final. The whole season hangs off this. Donnie Saunders puts a beautiful pass up to the big front row, and Kate Spicer back on the inside to Richards. Beautiful pass by Saunders.
This time Toowoomba had better get back the required distance as it goes to Gould. Gould going by himself, getting it nicely back inside to Tweedy, back to Robinson. No support there. Robinson will score! Robinson just short. He's just short.
Six tackle it was too. Peter Robinson, the legs wouldn't go fast enough for him. Who made the tackle? Kyle Warren is down there exhausted. So is Peter Stenner. He's down. Let's have another look. Peter Robinson also lost the ball. What a tackle. Kyle Warren. Peter Stenner, who I was critical of in the first half. I take everything back, Peter. You've been there when it counted. A tap. Why would Sutton hurry? Let's have another look.
It's Cameron
Over
Hurren.
the try line. Cameron Hurren. Oh, just couldn't put it down.
Running short of time. There goes the hooter. Toowoomba have won. The referee has called time off. It's full time. Celebrations on the downs. Toowoomba and Gary Lawrence, the coach. The Toowoomba Clydesdales have won the first Queensland Cup in a ripper of a grand final by 8 points to 6. Just 2 points between the two teams. What a competition, what a finale, and what celebrations there'll be now for this Toowoomba team. And just looking at them, Hamlin there, terrific game. Russell Bowl, Mickey Jenkins, the boys from the bush, they've done it by 2 points.
But I must now invite the captain of Toowoomba, Don Saunders, to come up and receive the trophy, the inaugural Channel 9 Queensland Cup. Well done, Doc. Cheers, mate.
Before the half-time break, In the second half, despite major injuries, they were able to last it through and in the end get on top of Western, come through to again meet Redcliffe in the grand final. And with memories of that loss 2 weeks earlier, they've been able to come through with a magnificent grand final performance in a tough, hard decider. And there's the trophy, the Queensland Cup, the first ever Queensland Cup, and Don Saunders, who certainly deserves to be especially proud of his team. It's a great moment for them, a wonderful moment for the Toowoomba players. David, we'll see that try in just a moment, but they're the Toowoomba players celebrating. But I'm just sort of wondering whether you've gone up to Wally and said, "I told you so," yet.
No, I haven't been game to, Jerry. Wally's obviously disappointed for his side, but I think everyone recognises, and the Redcliffe people as well, what a great grand final we've had here. A lot of the supporters, as we can see there, have stayed around to acknowledge the achievements of this Clydesdale side. And it just can't be underestimated, the fact they've come down from the country, first season in so-called the big league, and they won it.
Welcome to our coverage of the Queensland Cup. Today, the grand final in which Burleigh take on Redcliffe. And this is what it's all about, the big one, the grand final. Who'll win the Queensland Cup for 1999? It's down to just two teams and two very good ones, Burleigh and Redcliffe. They have been probably the two of the outstanding sides of the competition this year, and they certainly deserve to be in the grand final. And it's a toss-up as to which one will win it. And the big crowd has come up here too to see this grand final. And a large number of people have come up from the Gold Coast. It's great to see Burleigh representing the Gold Coast, showing that rugby league is very much alive down there as the Burleigh Bears team comes out onto the field.
Very good outfit, this one. They did come straight into the grand final. This 17 are unchanged right through the final series, and it's largely been the same players who played with them this year. They've had a very good run with injuries. There it is there, Jamie Mann at fullback, Aaron Douglas and Farron Anderson on the wings, Darren Anderson and Frank Napoli, very good centre pairing, Freer and Adamson, experience in the halves, and then in the front row, well, talk about experience there, Tony Priddle, who's played a couple of grand finals at ARL level for St George, Ben Lyth, Shane O'Flanagan, and Billy Dunn, also with ARL experience, Hamish Smith and Dean Allen. The coach, Rick Stone, who was captain coach of Burleigh a few years ago, taking over the coaching reins the last couple of years. This fellow will lead them around the park extremely well, Grant Adamson.
Brown and Justin Bryant are out there, so they, two of the bench players, look like they're in the run-on team as Tony Gould leads out the Redcliffe Dolphins, losing grand finalists last year, and there is a big supporter base for the Redcliffe Dolphins today to encourage them to another grand final win in the Queensland Cup. They've been there, they've tasted it before, and there's the lineup: Adam Mogg at fullback, Ricky Hewinson and the exciting Trent Lees on the wings, strength in the centres, Mixie Lou and Ben Roder. Sam Oster's brilliant at 5'8" with Michael Roberts, two youngsters who are outstanding, lots of experience up front, Ian Graham, Craig O'Dwyer and Troy Lindsay, and a good back row of Scott Hinchy and Gould, and the interchange of Crocker, Essex, Sanderson and JP Cherry, and Alex Corvo's first year as coach. And there he is, Tony Gould, great all-round player, wonderful kicker, wonderful reader of a game of rugby league. Tony Maxud gets the grand final job. And the grand final of 99 is underway in the Queensland Cup, with Redcliffe receiving there on the left in the red and white, running out from their own line, where it's taken out there by Troy Lindsay in Redcliffe's territory. So that's been a good start for the Burleigh Bears.
Very good start, Jerry, and a penalty will even help them further. They'll probably take the 2 points. No, Priddle rushes up and places it at the feet of the referee.
And just to the left of the uprights. He's kicked it pretty well, and he might have the first points of the grand final. He does. And Burleigh are in front by 2 points to 0. And Warren Boland.
Good chance on the right-hand side. They've got numbers here. Adamson goes to the line, draws the player. Out there to Darren Anderson. Darren Anderson straight out. Gets back on the outside and scores it. Darren Anderson. They always have numbers there. The importance of going to the line, I think, by Adamson to actually hold the defence in for a little while, gave a bit of extra room to move for Darren Anderson, and he did the job by going through a couple of players over the last 10 metres.
Yes, and the players outside him would have been going through their mind, pass it, but Adamson knew he had to draw them in first and just get the defence into a separate way of thinking, and that allowed then Darren Anderson to finish off by straightening up and go across the line.
We just hold it there. We'll just see what Adamson does here. By going forward to this position, he stops these two players who knew they were outnumbered. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players against these other two. And by Adamson going forward, he doesn't allow them to slide. Then if we let it run on, he's done the job then. He's just got Darren Anderson on the outside. Rhoda can't get to him. The dummy also puts them in more trouble. And then he straightens up, realises the try line's close enough for him.
By the end of the season, you know each other backwards. Lyth's conversion attempt looks pretty good. And up go the flags. It's now 8-0 in favour of Burleigh. We've got to give
ball up to play it. Tony Gould to Obst. Get it on the outside, it'll be interesting. Out here to Mixie Lou. Hasn't got the pace, Mixie Lou, but does pretty well to get away. Trent Lease's got the pace. Come in. And go, keep going all the way. Trent Lease. Well, I was going to think I needed it away, but he didn't need it. He went in and just put the accelerator down. He had wrong-footed Reggie Cressbrook, I think, at the back. And Mixie Lou did very well to initially break the tackle. And give credit also to Sam Obst. He was the one who saw the chance on the outside and threw that long pass.
And Mixie Lou might have the pace, but he's got the goosey. You watch the goose step that he comes up with. There's the pass from Obst now. Over to Mixie Lou. Now watch this goose step as he runs up. There it is. Just accelerates a moment, and Trent Lease will then run infield and goes across, wrong footing the defence, and the way he reached out was a perfect winger's try.
The deep breaths, visualise the kick. Great, a high shot. Will he curl it? Nah, curls too far. 8-4, we're still back in it. Strong defence by O'Flanagan, a little bit of a chat in his ear as well, and a penalty will also now go against Burleigh. Priddle it was who just held him down right in front. Shouldn't have too much problems at all, and doesn't, although he still hooks it pretty savagely. Gets it back to 8 points to 6. Hands had to be on the left. Quick play the ball, it's still here. Roberts, up to goal, numbers are here. Long pass out to Hewitson. Hewitson's in. Well, finally they get it in the corner. Ricky Hewitson had plenty of room to move. The slide defence can't slide that far, especially when the try line is that close.
The overlap in the previous play, and finally they were able to spread it out there to the left. Tony Gould saw the chance right out wide, straight to Ricky Hewinson. Now, did he get it down okay? Darren Anderson reckoned that he hadn't, but Darren Anderson, I'm afraid, has been proven wrong by the camera. It was a desperate attempt by Anderson, as we see here now. Gould, look at the situation that he saw. He could see that Hewinson had heaps of room and was by himself, and what was required was the pass straight to him.
Lease hooks it again, as is his habit. 10-8 in the grand final. Up on a blind side, but that's just a ploy. Up here to Ben Lyth. Long pass out to Adamson. Another long pass out to Napoli. Gaps on the outside. Darren Anderson, here's Marn. He'll score himself. Jamie Marn finally scores it. Well, they stacked them out here. They did pretty well to keep them out on the blind side, but then they just kept flicking it through the hands. Redcliffe's defence was not good enough to get it out wide, and it's a little bit of tit for tat.
Yeah, it is. It's wonderful use of the ball by Burleigh. They made the ball do the work. There, Grant Adamson fires the pass. It was a long one, nicely snapped out by Napoli. Then the final pass, and Jamie Marn reaches out for the line and gets it down. Good try, and he was the man who was largely responsible with that good run which got them down into Redcliffe's territory after he had regathered the ball. There's the pass from Adamson. Taken there from Napoli, then on to Darren Anderson, on to Marn. Darren Anderson was outside, but he was marked, and Marn was able to get through by his fellow team members and the dancing girls. The Burleigh team is back in this grand final. It's 12-10 with the conversion to come from Ben Lyth, and there he is, the try scorer, Jamie Marn. He's only about 4 metres in from the touchline. He's kicked it well, but it's not going to come back enough. So away to the right, and the score remains 12-10 in favour of Burleigh. Howard against Anderson. The Redcliffe Dolphins, can they pull it out of the fire? Mixie Lou puts the kick ahead. That's just trying anything. Taken by Jamie Marn as the countdown happens. And they'll take the Queensland Cup as he takes the tackle. And the Burleigh Bears have done it! Rick Stone, their coach, what a relieved man. And what delight from the Bears. They've won the Queensland Cup of '99. What an exciting performance. A magnificent grand final. And whilst you share the exuberance and the excitement of the Burleigh Bears. You've got a feel for the Redcliffe Dolphins. And Aaron Douglas has come out with the brace on his neck. I think it's the neck has been twisted even more in the celebrations. It's a horrible feeling. It's hard to take. It doesn't take the papers long. But the Burleigh Bears have excited the Gold Coast this week. They've given the Gold Coast top-class rugby league again this year.
I think in the history of the game, I don't think we've seen two better prepared teams. To the coaches of both sides, congratulations on a mighty effort. Grant, congratulations to you and the team. Thoroughly deserving win. A great performance by you and really kept the crowd right on their feet, but an exercise well done.
They don't always tell the exact story of the game. Marn Anderson scoring tries with Lyth 2 goals. Hewinson and Lease 2 tries and Lease a goal for Redcliffe. 12-10 to Burleigh. They are the Queensland Cup winners for 1999. Join us when the Queensland Cup continues next year.
Welcome to our coverage of the Queensland Cup. Today, the grand final with Redcliffe at home to Toowoomba. And so it's down to just two teams, and two outstanding teams at that. They played out the grand final last year. Toowoomba comfortably the minor premiers, but Redcliffe have been in exciting form in the last couple of weeks. Stage set now for a wonderful grand final, and Craig O'Dwyer leads out the home team, the Redcliffe Dolphins, and they have fantastic support here. There are lots of red in the crowd, and there's a big crowd, probably around about 6,000 or 7,000 people here for this grand final.
Tony Gould out of the action early. Gould is one of only two players surviving the inaugural grand final back in 1996.
And Damon Keating leading out the Toowoomba team, and they've got their supporters here too. Large group of people coming down from Toowoomba in the buses. They've got just that little bit of extra experience too. So look at that scene, marvellous scene here, a magnificent Dolphin Oval. And it's like stepping out of the middle of winter into the middle of summer, because off we go. Redcliffe in the red and white kicking off. Toowoomba in the blue colours, first use of the ball as it's taken forward by Kirk Reynoldson. And tackled just after crossing his own 20-metre line. Brent Tate getting in there at dummy half as they swing the ball early. Kenny McGuinness getting the pass away, and a lost opportunity there for Toowoomba. So O'Dwyer is going to keep it going on the right. Michael Roberts, Adam Mogg involved early. Nice dummy by Mogg. Can he go all the way? So close. Held up just short of. Oh, lovely. Quick played the ball and could be a try here. Can he get it down? Yes. Try to Jason Weber.
On the ground, he didn't get it down initially. Held there momentarily. He tries to spin around. A hand underneath there. Well, that's going to be a close call. I think Eddie Ward has no other option other than to award the try. And there it is. And Redcliffe get an absolute dream start after fifth tackle. Will they go the end goal again? Out of dummy half goes Mogg. He puts it in the end goal. Is it going to sit for them? Redcliffe the first there. It's another try for the Dolphins. I think Adam Mogg might be the first one there. Wow.
That's extraordinary. So they've picked up two tries in pretty quick time. They have started like a train, the Redcliffe Dolphins.
After only about 9 minutes, Roberts from right in front. Thanks very much. 10-0 in favour of the reigning premiers.
Well, you really want to have Toowoomba behind you in these games, because, and that's exactly where Redcliffe have them. If they get to the front, Toowoomba can be very confident front runners. But here's Adam Mogg putting the kick in, perfectly judged, stands up. Two of them were there. No one from Toowoomba even close.
Here's Toowoomba. They're into the corner. What a hit back by the Clydesdales. Michael Ryan. Well, we've just seen Craig O'Dwyer score the hooker for Redcliffe, and all of a sudden Michael Ryan, with some recent Broncos experience, dashes down a blind side and scores a try like a will-o'-the-wisp.
Great work by the little hooker, and it would have been a big boost to Toowoomba to get him back as well. But no goal. Score remains 10-4 in favour of the Dolphins. 15 out. Good quick play the ball. Casey Maguire's going to try the high kick. It's coming down in the end goal area. McGuinness is up there. Chance foul. Try. A try to Toowoomba. He's going to go for the replay.
Time off.
I think it will be a try, Jerry. Did it go back off the hands of Toowoomba? That's the big question. You could see Ricky Hewinson was always in trouble. He might have the headgear on, but he's got no sun visor. He was looking right into the sun there. Plenty of attention. Well, one player didn't actually play at the ball. I reckon the number 3 in Irwin put a bit of a push in the back. Certainly the ball cleanly grounded there by Tony Duggan. But is there any play on the man? Hewinson is the one. Here he's in trouble. And, well, there was no push. He seemed to be going for. I think that's going to be a fair try. Duggan dives on it. The ball's gone backwards. And he's got it as a fair try. Eddie Ward, the video referee. Can they get it back to 10-all? And it's coming back the other way. What a kick! Down the middle in the end. And Damien Quinn has done his job to bring it back to 10-all.
Get 33 out now. Ryan, what a great run. Ryan into the clear. He's got a friend alongside him. Friends gather the ball. That might be Wally said it's the fifth tackle. Fifth and last here. Ryan slipping it away. McGuinness might be able to score back inside. A try. Reynoldsson, I think, might have gone over. It is. Kirk Reynoldsson has scored the try. And Toowoomba have hit the lead. Do you believe that? Kick looks good. Staying inside the post despite the breeze. And now they're out to a 16-10 lead. Great last pass there. Now they spread it wide. Tony Gill, can he get a late kick in? Oh, doesn't need to. The numbers. Wilson in the corner. George Wilson scores and Redcliffe head back. Oh, this is a great grand final. And we're only at the halfway point. Not even there yet.
What a fantastic try from Redcliffe.
He's kicking into it. He struck it pretty well. Look at that. Over the black dot, or the red dot, of course, here at Dolphin Oval. Michael Roberts has converted. And at half-time, it's exactly as it was at the beginning of the game. Nothing between the two teams.
This match, obviously, Roberts out here to Gould. Plenty of players in motion. Up there to Wynyard. Wynyard straight through. Andrew Wynyard running the angle. Bust the tackle. Bust straight through the tackle of Murphy. Gould decided, and it seemed to be a delay in the decision, to pick up the straight runner. Bang! He had a player on the inside coming out, but Wynyard, he is a good player, this guy.
All day, but again kicking into the breeze, so it's not easy, but he gets it. It's now 22-16 in favour of the Dolphins in the grand final. Penalty goal attempt is no goal.
What?
22-16 remains the score.
Quickly to play it. Here comes McGuinness again, straightens the ruck, gaps in the middle, goes to the right-hand side, fires it over the top, on the chest of Damien Quinn, in the corner! 16 points goes to 20, and it's now 22 points to 20, kick to come.
Was drawing the defence from the far side. He saw that chance. He had a couple of players closer to him. He could see that he'd drawn the defenders on Quinn back infield.
His own try.
It's coming back. He's got it. It's 22-all in the grand final.
Let's see what's set up for their set play. Up to Roberts, the two playmakers, Gould, a couple of runners, beautiful pass, Luke Scott, what a pass from Phil Gould, what a pass, very similar to Wynyard running the angle on this side of the field. Phil Gould picks up another second rower, and they charge over again.
The defence had no chance of stopping him, and here he goes. Watch the way he hits this ball. There, 100 miles an hour. Would you like to be in front of that? No, thank you very much. He was able to go over and score a vital try that might even win the Dolphins a second successive Queensland Cup. Conversion, no goal. It's only 4-point margin. Warren is short of the line. If they can score now and convert, they can win. Duggan for the line. Reverse. Tries it to Toowoomba. He's in.
Hold everything. Not yet, Jerry.
No, they'll go to the replay. I think it might be Maguire is very close. And the hooter's gone.
And it's right alongside the post.
The hooter's gone. The scores will be locked if he awards a try. There he is. It's Casey Maguire.
Short.
On the line. Try.
No.
How would you like to be?
He was short and rolling across the try line at the time. Mogg has definitely got him up. Whether he grazed the try line.
How would you like to be Eddie Ward ruling on this? This is a grand final in his hands.
When the ball is upended now, it's on the line.
Very
here,
close,
that's
mate.
on the line. That's a try.
Touched the line. I think you're right, Jerry.
That is a try.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Now, the all-important conversion kick, because it's not over yet. The hooter's already gone. If he kicks it, they win it. He's kicked it! Toowoomba are the Queensland Cup champions. Casey Maguire scored the winning try. Damien Quinn kicked the winning goal. And the Toowoomba Clydesdales have stolen it in the last moment of the grand final to win 28-26. Absolutely superb game of rugby league and an amazing finish.
First of all, congratulations, but at the same time, that's one of the greatest games of footy I've seen.
Well, it was great. It's the most game this coach, and 30 seconds out from full time. It's anyone's. It's just fabulous. Tremendous effort from both sides. It was a great game of footy. It's easy for us to say that. I suppose we won, but I think both teams can be pretty proud of their performances today.
And Damon Keating raises the Queensland Cup for 2001. It's gone to Toowoomba. And there they go, the champions in the Queensland Cup for 2001. The boys from Toowoomba, 28-26. 2 tries to Duggan. He also kicked 4 goals. Quinn Ryan and Reynoldson also scored for Redcliffe. Webber, Wynyard, Wilson, O'Dwyer and Scott scoring tries. Roberts 3 goals. Toowoomba the champions in what has to be rated the best ever grand final. Thanks for your company throughout the year. Toowoomba the champions of the Queensland Cup.
This is the Queensland Cup Grand Final with the defending champions, the Redcliffe Dolphins, taking on from south of the border, the Tweed Heads Seagulls. It's terrific to have your company for this big day in Queensland Cup footy, the 2007 Grand Final. David Wright with me. It's great to be here. Looking forward to this contest between the Redcliffe Dolphins, the most successful team in this competition, looking for number 6 as far as titles are concerned today. The Tweed Head Seagulls, relatively new to the competition, and a bit of a state of origin build-up. If the Tweed win it, the Queensland Cup is going south of the border.
Shouldn't happen, should it? You shouldn't have a Queensland Cup going to a New South Wales team, but it could happen this afternoon. What I like about this, Quinn, is the rivalry between these two sides. Even though the Tweed have only been in the Queensland Cup the last 5 years, the reality is they don't like each other. They actually really are at one another. There's a great rivalry built up already. Redcliffe have dominated Queensland Cup, as you say. The Tweed side, they've been in the competition down in New South Wales for 99 years and they've dominated Group 18. It's a clash of winning cultures. Should be a great game this afternoon.
The crowd waiting with anticipation, and the players no doubt just trying to settle the last moment butterflies. Lang Park, the scene, a terrific setting for football. I just wonder whether or not this very warm spring afternoon is going to be a factor in the contest. And here come the Seagulls, led by their captain, Brad Davis. He's had a bit of a tough road just to get to grand final day, having injured an ankle in the minor semi-final win over Ipswich. He hurt his rib last week.
What a career he's had. Troy Lindsay, nicknamed the Cowboy. He is 34 years of age and he ain't retiring in this game either. He reckons he's going to go around again, and why wouldn't he? His form has been outstanding.
Hope you enjoy it wherever you're joining us from. Tweed against Redcliffe for the 07 decider. And it's going to be the Dolphins to receive the footy, and defending the Caxton Street end, and already Adam Starr has given a big welcome to grand final day. Now here's the big man Lindsay, searching for the try line. Roberts again, another shot ball. Fox, he's there! Fox has scored the first
Has he
try.
got him down though? That's the question. He's over the line.
It looks pretty good on original viewing, but the first points will be decided by the video referee.
The ruck, that's the unusual part there. You often put a forward flat on that.
Well, they had 2 backs in a row. Roberts linking with Green first time, and then Fox second time, and perhaps that's why the Seagulls defence was just hanging off a little. And Fox is happy with it.
Thank you.
Here it is. First points of the grand final to Redcliffe. Dolphins 6-0.
Yes, they targeted the small men. Starr had a go at Davis down the right-hand side. And
well, near the park.
Kept it going, and it's going to be a try. David Miles is on the end of a grubber from McCann. Of course, it wasn't the end of the set when Powers held up. So we went back to the 10, played it, shifted it out to the right. McCann with the grubber through, I fancy. And Miles onside, takes it comfortably and dots down Redcliffe 6-4 territory to score the Seagulls' first try.
Very hard to defend against here. The beautiful kick there by McCann, and David Miles just had to cruise through. Redcliffe defence that has been so rock solid when they've run the ball at them.
Just an extra breath from Davis as he approaches and will raise the flags. 6-all.
Bobby McCarthy, of course, Australian selector and the father of the coach Troy McCarthy, who's coaching the Tweed this afternoon. Be pretty happy with that levelled up scoreline.
Didn't have support. Pretty quick play the ball, so a chance for Davis to work something through the centre of the field. He goes himself. He'll score. Wonderful work from the skipper. Brad Davis is over, and the Tweed are in front.
Well, for the guy who's got one of the best kicking and passing games in the Queensland Cup, he's just showing he's got a very good running game as well. Threw a bit of a dummy, and I think at the time, even his intent was to pick up a support, but the defenders held off him. And Brad Davis, who reads the game so well, and that's what you've got to do. You've got to read it as you see it. Players holding off. Palmer Wapow couldn't close out on the inside.
As he kicks towards the Caxton Street end, and indeed the flags are raised. Tweed heads in front, 12-6.
For the Dolphins.
Now the Dolphins really tested. What an upstart it would be if the Tweed could score. Miles for a double, he's over! Right in the knock of half-time! What a telling blow from the Seagulls! David Miles scores his second try, and it'll be 18 points to 6 at the break with a simple conversion attempt to come. 3 and an 18-6 lead.
Let's go.
Davis does it. Indeed, he raises the flags, and the Seagulls fans, they'll be trying not to get too optimistic, because there's 40 minutes of football to play in a grand final, and so much can happen. They know how to respond, and they need to find one quick response just to settle things down in this contest. Plenty of time to go. Fox to Cullen, who's looking to create himself. Kept alive by Simpson. Emmett's on the end of it, and that's a try, I think. Is it going to be awarded?
He's got it.
Yes, no. Here for a moment.
Go to the video first.
Gavin Morris was going to point his right arm to the spot.
Well, they've come out with a little bit of fur here as Fox goes across. Looks on the outside to Cullen. The indecision, but at least he got that good kick in. Put it into a little bit of no man's land. Players looking while Alwyn Simpson decided the kick was on. This will be a good angle, this. And Nick Emmett picks it up and gets across.
Indeed, it's a try.
So Kenny get it back to assist. Now 18-10.
Dolphin fans are back in the contest, as is their team. Approaches and does kick it. Tweed 18, Redcliffe 12. Field today, despite wearing the number 5. Good run from McCann out of dummy half. He's got through. He's got support. Walker's going to be on the end of it. Can he score the try? You betcha. He's over. Put it down, son. Eventually.
He was over, but it wasn't over and out. But this guy, well, he was never going to be stopped in that situation.
It was a good support play on the left. Fancy it was Powell coming up.
It was.
Yep, to provide that support on the left shoulder of McCann, and then, well, once this man got the football, you knew he'd score, but he just took his time to put the punctuation mark on it. As it was at half-time, and that is the case. Davis with 4 from 4 again, Tweed heads by 2 converted tries, 24-12. Found there for Rory Bromley. Messi play the ball for Roberts, who decides to chip and charge himself. Walker's there to take it. He beats a high shot. He beats the second tackler. He is away. He might run the rest of the way to score the try. This is the sealer. He is the showman. He is the star. And the title is going to Tweed.
Did he get it down clean? Will he get over a close look at this, or he got a water?
Oh, surely he put the football down.
He did the aeroplane at 20 out, and did he drop the bomb at the very end? Oh, this is just too much lair-rising. He grounds it fair enough. So no doubt in the end, wouldn't mind being your manager. Have a look at this for evasion. He even beat the trainer.
Look, as a broadcaster, you've got to call it in the context of the contest. Probably not the best thing to do, but as a fan of the game, oh boy, it was great to watch.
That's called a crowd pleaser. And he knew he did it right down the grandstand wing. No better place in a GF.
2 tries in the space of 4 minutes for Shannon Walker.
Yeah.
Waved away. In hand, Roberts looking to the blind side, which is to his right. The dummy runner. Oh, and he's thrown it straight to the opposition. Will drops it. Play on. Out to the right-hand side for
Well, again, it was scrappy, but what... Oh, lovely kick. Beautiful strike, and that will raise the flags. The conversion is good. Tweed heads by 28 points to 18. Inside the final seconds, the Dolphins are conceding. The game is over. Tweed heads are the champions. The Queensland Cup is going south of the border. The Seagulls, for the first time, are Queensland Cup champions. They win 28 points to 18. One of the great teams of northern New South Wales has now made its mark north of the Tweed. Their 5th season, they win the title. David Miles with 2 tries, Shannon Walker with 2 stunners, Davis with a try to go with his 4 from 5, while for Redcliffe, Fox, Emmett and Bromley scoring, Simpson with 3 from 3. Tweed heads win the 07 grand final by 28 points to 18. Grand final day had its slice of drama as always, and we crown a new champion. It's been a pleasure to have you with us on ABC Sport for 07. We'll be back next year.
Grand final day has arrived. It is great to be with you. The grand final of the Intrust Super Cup. We're coming to you live from Suncorp Stadium this afternoon, right across the Widewater Sports Network. And as the Bayside rivals Redcliffe, the Dolphins taking on the Wynnum Manly Seagulls, the defending premiers this afternoon. It is going to be an absolute ripper. 1 versus 2, so just like it will be in the NRL next Sunday when Canterbury take on Melbourne this afternoon in the Intrust Super Cup. We've got 1 versus 2, the minor premiers Redcliffe against Wynnum Manly. And with me in commentary today again, Scotty Sattler, Ben Eichen. Build-up has been absolutely tremendous for this.
It's been a big week in Brisbane, Vossi. These are the 2 best teams across the regular season. They're most well supported, so there's going to be plenty of fans here.
Here's the Seagulls lineup, Ben.
And isn't it a ripping team? Sean Loxley's at fullback, on the wings Peter Gubb and Nat Barnes, in the centres Dan Wallace and Jason Moon. Jacob Fayou's the 5'8", Matt Seamark is the halfback, and in the front row Ben Shea, Jake Granville and Dane Carlaw. Mitchell Dodds and John Torrio. In the second row, Luke Delzildon is the captain and lock forward. On the bench, Matt Smith, Andrew Clayton, Charlie Gubb and Tim Natush. They're coached by Paul Green.
Let's have a look at their side.
And isn't there some speed in this side? The fullback Joe Bond, on the wings Delroy Berryman and Liam Georgetown. In the centres, Marty Hatfield and Aaron Whitchurch. The 6 is Maurice Kennedy and Luke Catewell is number 7. The front row is Hancock and Isaac Armour. He is the skipper. And Tom Murphy comes off the bench to start in at hooker. Geese, Watkins, Sliney, and on the bench is Butterfield, Samoa, Ackerman and Ivan. And that coach is John Dixon.
And Wynnum Manly, 1 grand final under the statewide competition format for 1 victory last year. Winners over Tweed Heads. They won it 16-10 last year after trailing 10-0 early. Out come the sides to Suncorp Stadium. It's a good crowd on the western side of the ground. Redcliffe supporters probably outnumber Wynnum, but not by a great deal. Won the Intrust Super Cup. Over to the red and white of the Dolphins. Isaac Armour has the honour of leading them out in the absence of injured captain Chris Farrell. And we all know the controversy of that a fortnight ago. And we're underway, the Intrust Super Cup Grand Final. The 2 best sides, Redcliffe and Wynnum Manly. And it is Gubb with the first hit up, Peter Gubb from the wing.
Side of Seamark.
Now Murphy on to Geese, and Geese, lovely play. Hatfield is through. Georgetown on his outside. Here he goes. Here is the record. Georgetown scores the 17th straight game. He scores the first try in the grand final. What a remarkable achievement for Liam Georgetown, and his 31st try for the season, no less.
Yeah, an outstanding effort, but have a look at this bloke, Troy Geese. He is some sort of player, runs a perfect line to get Marty Hatfield into space. And then the right centre for the Dolphins times the pass perfectly. And the point-scoring machine, Georgetown, crashes over for Redcliffe's first try.
And now to convert. And the Redcliffe Dolphins lead by 6 points to 0. And in any sort of position, he runs 15 metres to score. Seamark again straightens up. He's busy all afternoon. He's offloaded to Granville. Look out, and Granville is tackled. Geese got on his back. Fayou dummy half, and again they work to the left. Quick hands, it's put down by Dalziel Don. Wynnum Manly. They're a team of jugglers. Fayou's onto the ball. Jacob Fayou finally. Wynnum Manly. It's scrappy. It's not precise. It's not how they trained, but the result is a try, and it's 6-4. Completely. So hang on to your seat and your hats and whatever else you want to hang on to. It's your business in the final 3 minutes of this first half.
Good luck in the second half.
Thanks, mate. And here's a chance for Loxley, passing for Dalziel Don, floats it over the top, a juggle there from Smith. The tuber out the string section for Wynnum Manly. They've kept it going though. Torrio, Moon has scored. Jason Moon has got over for Wynnum Manly.
A skip and a jump before he steps. Well, he puts the move on. Here's the grounding. He's got that down okay. Not an issue there, but it's John Torrio who will get on the outside of the 3 defender and lay that try on for Jason Moon.
It is a try. Wynnum Manly lead by 10 points to 6. Seamark at 10-6 and has stuck it out to the right-hand side. So 4-point lead to Wynnum Manly.
Inexcusable here defensively from Redcliffe. Again, from nothing, Dalziel Don throws a long pass. And gets out there. In numbers-wise, Redcliffe have this covered, but it's just a one-on-one miss by Whitchurch and the beautiful footwork from John Torrio.
Last tackle, Wynnum Manly. Fayou's going to bomb it again, but they haven't picked out bombed again. They've gone for Berryman, and Berryman attacks it. He's lost the ball. Torrio's got it with a skip and a jump and a pass again. Peter Gubb has scored. The Gubbmeister scores in the corner for Wynnum Manly. And John Torrio is having an afternoon here today. Someone shout the man a drink.
Is that a smile on the face of Peter Gubb? I think it is, finally. John Torrio should be smiling because this is a great piece of play.
The Torrio shuffle, here we go, step off the right. And beautiful presence of mind and awareness again to get it on to Gubb to score a try to take it out to an 8-point lead.
With 25 to go. This one looks a little better, but it's across the face. Well, it's tense, isn't it? 14-6. They're all anxious back at the Dolphins Leagues Club. The kick over the top. Here comes Bond. Bond has got it. He's found support. This bloke is on one leg. Goes Loxley. They've scored the try. What a run. In fact, Berryman, well, he has got an artificial ankle or something. How has he scored? Now he's hurt the other leg. That will do me. Redcliffe is still in the match at 14-10. Delroy Berryman. Well, they were going to amputate earlier.
Can you believe this? Capewell with the little chip. He's tried it a couple of times this afternoon for his fullback, Joe Bond, who picks it up and makes a great play to Delroy Berryman, who's got enormous amounts of speed and keeps Redcliffe in the contest. Game on, baby.
And he didn't strike it well at all. Comes down short. So that'll do. Granville, Seamark has got the pass to Dodds. Dodds has carried them over the line. Mitchell Dodds, in fact, it's a try to Charlie Gubb. It's Charlie Gubb who's gone over. The Gubb brothers have scored in the decider. Charlie Gubb has scored in a match where his brother Peter had scored earlier. And Paul Green and the bench have gone off. And so they should. Charlie Gubb, just to score a try in the grand final, was 100-1. To score the last try, you could add 500s.
1, 2. He carries him across the line, twists and turns his body, gets it down. This is just a solo effort from a big man with plenty of passion. And speaking of passion, have a look at the coach, Paul Green. They are all beside themselves, the Wynnum Manly players.
And Redcliffe won't deny him the shot. Here he goes. Carlaw boots it over. Dane Carlaw finishes his career just like Nathan Hindmarsh did for Parramatta with a goal. But the big difference here, it's in a grand final. And Wynnum Manly have outlasted Redcliffe to win 20 points to 10.
And folks, while he's here, Brendan O'Farrell will present Luke Dalziel with the Intrust Super Cup trophy for season 2012.
You don't reckon Paul Green's a happy bloke? Watch this. He's got the trophy in his hand again. The Intrust Super Cup champions. Good on you, Paul. And to John Dixon and his Redcliffe men today. So tough to handle this one.
So brave. I mean, their completion rates were horrible. Nowhere near what they've been pretty much for the entire 2012 season. But in the face of all that, they stayed brave for the best part of the match. They held their opposition to 14 points. Late try to Charlie Gubb, I know. But for the last 10 minutes, Redcliffe played with 12 men. I mean, that was just the story of this game. But Wynnum, they're a class outfit, well coached, well drilled, with a great roster. And that man there, Dane Carlaw, is going to go out a winner because his side was just too good on the day.
The 2016 Intrust Super Cup season reaches its peak at the home of the game in Queensland, Suncorp Stadium. It is the 15th time the grand final has been played on this famous patch and the third time that Redcliffe and Burleigh have faced off in a grand final. Burleigh won back in 1999. In 2003, it was the Redcliffe Dolphins who got some huge inclusions here and unexpected ones as well.
Absolutely, Matty. Curtis Rowe at fullback. On the wings is Wanahi and Regan. Centres, Saluma and Broadhurst, Cullen and Fogarty in the half. So dangerous they are, the 6 and 7. Page, Politoni, Vai, Dowling, Schwass and Burr in the back row. And on the interchange benches, Fanine, Alamai, Petteroo and Jeff Lynch comes in as a late inclusion, and the coach is Jimmy Lenihan.
Grand final of 2016.
As we see some pretty big inclusions themselves in jersey number 7, but at fullbacks, Jack Ahern, Jonas Pearson comes onto the wing, and Curtis Johnston the other wing with Randall and Bradley in the centres, Strasser and Nichols in the halves. The skipper is Sam Anderson with Pumpi, Fainga, Whitchurch, Bridge and Gesh, and on the interchange benches, Lee, Brown, Cleal and Hazard, and the coach is Adam Mogg.
He's brought some fans with him as well. Here's Jamal Fogarty, the second leading point scorer in the premiership this year with 260 points. He is the captain today. He leads the Bears on to Suncorp for their 5th grand final. They finished the regular season averaging almost 30 points per game in attack.
About grand finals experience, to see Sam Anderson lead the Dolphins onto Suncorp Stadium. Such a proud part of Queensland Rugby League folk. You're a Redcliffe junior yourself. You know how important this is to kick. Friday night, he's ready.
So we're off. 80 minutes away from determining the winner of the Intrust Super Cup for 2016. They've got through 4 tackles. Cullen to the line. Out the back to Curtis Rowe. Rowe's gone straight through. Curtis Rowe will score the first try of the grand final. They opened up and the speedy custodian made them pay. 4-0 with the kick to come.
Yeah, he's been dangerous all year, Curtis Rowe. He's in the top 5 try scorers this year. And it's just lazy defence. And it's Aaron Whitchurch. He gets on the outside of Whitchurch and just burns him for speed. He's done that to plenty this year, Curtis Rowe. And Burleigh, they strike early. Great start to this grand final.
Hits it cleanly, hits it beautifully. Jamal Fogarty makes it a 6-0 lead for Burleigh over Redcliffe down to Peter Basaltis.
Yeah, don't underestimate how hard that conversion was too with that swirling breeze, but this was just fantastic play. You're right, Matt, they've been playing so well down that left edge, the Burleigh Bears, and I'm just really worried now, just looking at the Redcliffe body language, the next 5 or 10 minutes crucial for them.
Closes to within 5. Pumpi picks it up, trying to catch the marker offside. He went back to Whitchurch. Oh! Brilliant skill, Redcliffe. Jonas Pearson will get over and score. That was brilliant to watch.
Well, it was a try that came from nothing, absolutely nothing doing that set for Redcliffe Dolphins. And Pumapee takes him on from dummy half, gets a little offload.
Pumapee, both Pumapee and also Politoni, they're so much alike the way that they play. Nice pass there, nice from Whitchurch, 2 good involvements in 2 tackles. There'll be no problem with that. Redcliffe get back on the board, 6 points to 4.
Oh, I don't reckon the leg's any good. He's duffed that. Good. Couple short of the line now. Politoni wants to send it left. He gives it to Cullen. Out the back to Curtis Rowe. Rowe sees half a gap. Curtis Rowe's got to the line. He's got 2, Curtis Rowe.
Hey, Nick. Coffee.
Determination, Brent Tate.
And it's his speed. It's his speed in carrying the ball on 2 hands when he's going to the line. And that Redcliffe defence, they're backing off on your line.
He manages to squeeze it through. It's an 8-point advantage in favour of the Bears. Hazard up against the goalpost, lost the ball. Penalty. About Cullen. Dynamic. We head to a 10-point lead. Here's the last tackle. Lee plays it. Pumapee wants to kick to the in goal. It bounces up and they've scored. It's Tyson Cleal with a try on grand final day. So Nichols sends it over from right in front. And we're back to a 4-point margin. Down to Pete on the sideline.
Yeah, you can just see the way that it lifted everyone, not only the players, but the Dolphin supporters. He liked that one, Tyson Cleal, scoring a try on grand final day.
Just some of his runs and aggression in defence.
Here's Cullen. Here's Rowe. Lovely pass. Saluma nearly there. Saluma over. Is the ball on the grass? I reckon it is. What he thinks it is.
He's done a great job because he's on his back there. It looks as though the Redcliffe players have actually assisted the ball getting pushed down just with the weight.
Fogarty hits it. Flash. He just doesn't miss, does he? Wonderful goal kicker. And he establishes a 10-point lead. The Bears over the Dolphins. The Redcliffe fans starting to come into it as well. Nichols takes it. Nichols will score. He might be carrying a bone quad, but he's still got over for a crucial try. They're back within 6 and they'll be back within 4 soon.
Well, an opportunity, and he gets his team 4 points. Make that
6. This has been gutsy by Redcliffe. Burley jumped out of the blocks from the opening whistle. The Dolphins had to hang with him to claw their way back, and it's been a mirror image of that in the second half. And Nichols the man who goes over. The final 10 minutes almost upon us. Burr away to Fogarty, then to Rowe, then to Broadhurst. Broadhurst will be hard to pull down. He's very strong, but he stops 7 short of the line. Burley stacked out left if they come that way. Burr decides to run into them, gives it out the back. Fogarty sends it to Cullen. Cullen's over! Cullen scores! There's still time on the clock, but that might be half a dagger through Redcliffe hearts.
Look at the movement here when he receives the ball. He steps to the outside just before he gets the ball because he knows the defender is on him. Watch this. You can see the defender, bang, gets on the outside of the defender, gets in between the outside defender and scores a try that could possibly wrap this Intrust Super Cup Grand Final up.
I told you, he just doesn't miss.
You can put that try down to the set of 6 that Burley had before.
Yeah.
They really muscled up.
Just powered forward, didn't they?
And they made Redcliffe kick out of their own 40. Wanahi caught it on the 20, made it back to the 30. And that's what gave this the opportunity for Cullen.
It's great vision from Cullen. As I said, he knew the defender was going to put pressure on him. So just as he gets the ball, he skips to the outside. It's good skill and vision.
Redcliffe might be able to take a try with them anyhow. Final 10 seconds, ball comes free, Burley get it back, and that will be it. The grand final is over. The Intrust Super Cup is heading to Burley. They finished second in the regular season. They had a week off in week 1. They beat Redcliffe to seal their passage here, and they backed it up with another victory in the Big Dance, a 10-point margin. Well done, Jim Lenihan. Well done, everyone at Burley.
It's a little bit different for you, isn't it? Because your father, 31 years ago, won a premiership in '85 in the Brisbane Rugby League Grand Final. So it's a little bit different for you as a family, isn't it?
Oh, mate, 100%. And, you know, it was a goal of ours from the start of the year. And someone said to me before the game, it's time to follow in your father's footsteps and win a premiership. And that made me think about it. It's an awesome thing. And, mate, I just can't believe it. Stoked.
Yes, I think that'll be just the start of the celebrations tonight for the 2016 Intrust Super Cup premiers, the Burleigh Bears. They have beaten the Redcliffe Dolphins 26 points to 16.
Too good for Burleigh. So national supremacy goes on the line here. And Redcliffe, it's a big occasion for them. Away for Greg Eastwood. 28 tests for New Zealand. Handy having a player of that quality in this Bulldogs team today. Brown with a kick, can't find the in goal, and Fuller, look out. If he's as quick as they say, it could be all over. He gives the pass away though, and Wolford, that's a great chase from the hooker to come from well back. Possession here at the moment for Canterbury. Wolford away to Brown. Now Martin, he's carved them up. Reece Martin, the skipper, with the first try.
You can see here just nice interchange of passing. New Brown cuts out. Then it's the halfback in Cullen found wanting, and Reece Martin scores.
Yeah, just the spacing there from Toby Rudolph defensively. My biggest concern coming into this game was New Brown going from hooker to halfback without Frawley and being able to control the game and make the right decisions early on. But that's exactly what it needed, New Brown. Straightens the line of defence, delivers a nice flat pass. Reece Martin doesn't have to alter his run at all.
A very well-rehearsed play there from the Bulldogs. New Brown, perfectly timed pass to Reece Martin.
Centimetres short of the line. Redcliffe hoping to hit the ball here. Donovan with a dribbling kick to the in goal. Oh, it's loose on the ground. The Bulldogs have won it back. But that was an anxious moment. 260 NRL games against 2 in that collision, and that one's a beauty as well. They forced a mistake. Now Cullen. Lovely ball away. They've cut through here. It's Tueli. Rolls it through. Oh, the ball beats them all. They deserve better. Jeremy Hawkins. He just needed a kind of bounce and he was across. The Dogs have had a lot of ball against their line. Lachlan Burr will play it here on tackle number 1, only a metre out. Wolford spears it away to Brown. Cleland around the back, he's dropped it.
And you were just about to give their composure rap, Scotty.
Nick Sliney will play it. Lovely ball there from Turpin to Katoni Staggs. It was a matter of time. They've looked likely whenever they've been down this end of the park, and Redcliffe crash over for their first.
Electric plays from the side. And it's Whitchurch that takes all the attention away from the edge defenders as New Brown has eyes for Whitchurch. But Katoni Staggs just comes behind his bigger man, changes the angle, and goes over untouched. Good, strong running by the centre.
Well, it's a beautiful play from Redcliffe. They've had the ball, they needed to stay down here and build some pressure. This will be the perfect angle. Whitchurch just goes out. New Brown just trying to overread the play, and Katoni Staggs. Get your main strike weapons, the ball early, give them some confidence.
Still got a couple of tackles left in the set. Turpin sends it away. Now for Cullen. Now for Hopewadi. Cleland around the legs. Got it back to Fuller. It'll be dangerous here. Anderson now. Anderson gets one away at the back to Sliney. This is incredible football by Redcliffe. And Olive with a try-saving tackle. This game's like a game of touch the way they're playing.
That was courageous from Cerudo. Jamil Hopewadi.
Oh, the intercept was there for Hawkins. in the lead up to kick-off, and of course Ray Warren to lead the team there as Wolford cuts them up the middle. Lovely pass. Lachlan Burr gives it to Cleland. What a great try for the Bulldogs.
Okay? Yep. This is outstanding work from Zach Wolford. Man of the match last week. Here in Wolford just a little bit wide at 8. Takes off. Burr comes up in support. And Cleland looming up. Tony Staggs can't stop him, and they hit the front again, the Bulldogs.
How uncanny is it how much he plays like his dad?
I love it.
Oh, here's another one. Cleland again. He's gotten through. He's got Ceruto on the inside. He goes away from him. He's not going to need any support. Josh Cleland with back-to-back tries. And he cracks this game wide open in favour of Canterbury.
They're just getting ready to go in here. I think Redcliffe would have been happy to go in 12-6 down. Huge play. You see Anderson come up there. Hopewadi can't get the contact right. And Cleland, look at the confidence on this kid. He gets into open space, looks at Ceruto, gets the puller, takes him on, straight round him. Beautiful try, Cleland. What a half from the Bulldogs.
Well, another try makes it very hard here for Redcliffe. Ball comes out for Smith. He'll go close. Chris Smith is there. He scores. And they push the margin out further. And with Redcliffe struggling for troops because of injury, the Bulldogs might be hard to catch from here.
But it's just a simple play. And he makes it a contest, just goes right foot, comes back in. Cullen's gone too far. And then it's the strength to get over Fuller. Great work from Chris Smith.
Great footwork from Smith. We've seen the Bulldogs outmuscle the Dolphins for the most part of this game, and Chris Smith was able to do that again.
Good news for Redcliffe. Whitchurch was helping him with defence that out to Munga. He's been immense as well this afternoon and got a ball away. Ceruto scheming, good footwork, stepping. Ball comes to Burr. He nearly goes through himself. And Tueli's there to grab it. 6 short. Here's Brown, goes himself. New Brown, he ran onto it with good intent there. He's stopped by Hopewadi. Still one play left on this set. Chance here. Bulldogs over. Ball's on the ground. This will be a try.
Okay.
We need to get confirmation, but this looks like another 4-pointer.
He's right there. That's a gimme, that one.
Yeah. It's good skill also. Twists in the tackle, uses the momentum.
Fires it away to Burr. Another penalty. Eastwood, there keeps it alive. One bounce. Wolford sends it away. They've got a shot for numbers if they go left. Oh, the ball didn't bounce for Ceruto. Here goes Staggs. Katoni Staggs up to the halfway. They're trying to give chase, and they're doing a noble job of it as well, but Katoni Staggs will have too much toe.
Well, we haven't seen Trey Fuller. We haven't seen him with the ball. He made one bust in the opening.
Oh, look at this, Tueli! An amazing charge. He came from Silverwater Road to grab that. Here's the last. Here's Pratt with a high kick, and this is going to be a difficult one. The ball bounces. Oh, Opacek's there. It's come off a hand. And I don't think this will be a try. Opacek's going to go over in the corner. We're going to go and have a look at the bunker.
This was a nasty kick because Pratt just sort of got underneath it, and you could see Ceruto see the energy.
Tom Opacek in the contest contacts the ball that goes forward. We have a decision.
Here's Pratt. Sends it away to Cullen. And a good charge here by Taylor, who was stopped by Eastwood. Oh, there's a bullocking run. Pratt was left behind. It was Tumunga, who's been enormous. Now Brown cuts free, gives it away, and they're going to score here. That'll put it beyond reach. It's Ockenbaugh who gets the try that will seal victory for Canterbury in the state championship final.
But you just get that ball away. Here's Greg Eastwood in his last ever game for the Dogs.
Oh, he slotted it. Where's that been all his career? He's a sharpshooter. We didn't even know about it.
Tell us what you really think, Saints.
Queensland haven't struggled for success over the years as Taylor goes on a big run up the middle and wasn't held the first time. He'll score under the post.
Don't go quickie.
He's a couple out from the line. Little grabber kick to the end goal. Lovely hand, Topawati.
Hasn't he tried hard?
Oh, no! Oh, dear. That's not the way you want to end the game for Redcliffe. They tried a new breath from the Bulldogs, and, well, you can't really blame Jamil Hopewadi trying something to find some points. Picked up by Wolford, who bangs it over the sideline. And the Bulldogs can celebrate now. They have won the 2018 State Championship, and they've won it in comprehensive fashion as well. Very, very good performance from them. 42 points to 18.
Plus Cup Grand Final day at Moreton Daly Stadium at Redcliffe. The Dolphins up against the Devils. These highlights thanks to Super Cheap Auto.
In the 2022 Host Plus Cup Grand Final, we have liftoff. The defending champs to start with it. And a rampaging run back towards their 10-metre line.
Baseball across Louis onto Tim. Just see there, and the North players come in, hold him up. Trey Ford didn't really commit himself to the run. He's only second man play. Connor Broadhurst had actually checked himself from that run here. They got up, they held, they allowed Tamusa to engage the defence, and then they all came in numbers.
Tackle 35 metres out Norths. Gamble to Ahern. And the kick through from Gagan, and McGrady's chasing Fuller coming across. And he got absolutely hammered by McGrady. And the kick good enough for a repeat set.
Hey Fuller, that's great courage there, knowing that a man's coming through, a bigger man.
After a tight opening to the final game of the season, Jacob Gagan grabbed the first try for the Devils in the 23rd minute.
So North, they go. Gamble's one short ball. And they're going to score here, the Devils. Jacob Gagan. And the defending champs are on the board.
At the break, Norths were in front of the Dolphins, 6 points to 2.
Last tackle for the Dolphins. They head to that right side. Long pass there to Donovan. The kick ricochets off Pulu. It comes the way down the corner with Ed Burns for the Dolphins. And Ed Burns in the corner, claiming the try. And the Dolphins hit back.
From Norths in the lead-up, the Redcliffe ball carrier goes into touch prior to grounding the ball. We have knock-on Norths.
Norths extended their lead in the 49th minute. This 4-pointer to Braden McGrady.
Horn charging through. It's a contest with Horn and Fuller. Horn won the battle. Offload back to Gamble. Still the last play here. Tyson Gamble. Long pass here to Gagan. Braden McGrady gets it from Gagan. And McGrady scores. Braden McGrady. Norths have their second.
It was game on midway through the second half when Setu 2 finally scored a try for the Dolphins.
Hampson, the kick across field looking for Setu 2. Oh, what a take by Setu 2. Last play. Winding up there with Sia. They come out the back to Gamble off the half volley and they can't hang on.
Then we had a 2-point ball game. Ed Burns with this try in the 72nd minute, and the grand final was set for a grandstand finish.
Significant take. So here's Rocco Berry, gets the overlap, gets it on to Ed Burns.
Chance here for Burns, still going Ed Burns as he reaches out. And Burns is over. This time Burns scores for the Redcliffe Dolphins.
Big set.
Quick play the ball, Hampson towards the middle, Pedersen, Rabatti, Donovan, Trey Fuller, early ball, Rocco Berry, Berry's got Burns on the outside, goes to him, beats one, back on the inside for Trey Fuller. The touch, he's got his flag in the air, does he? Yes, he does.
Still in there, still in, out. Great work to Musa.
The match was sealed in the 77th minute for the Devils when Braden McGrady scored his second try of the game.
And the two couldn't take it cleanly, and Braden McGrady reaches out. Can he be the hero on the biggest stage in the biggest moment? It's now or never. Last play, Hampson drifting across field, finds Donovan out the back, Fuller. Comes back towards Arcee, who keeps it alive. Numbers this way for Elliott. Sedu to the Dolphins. Two kicks to nobody, and North come away with it. It's with Jaden Stevens as the full-time siren sounds.
What a grand final. A tight tussle to end the season, and the Devils go back-to-back. Full time in the Host Plus Cup grand final. The Devils 16 over the Dolphins 10. What a season it's been. Well done, Norths. Peter Basoldis, Queensland Rugby League.
Simpkins, who's been called into a starting role by Dave Elliott. It's the 28th Queensland Cup Grand Final. It's Norths against Redcliffe, and it's the Dolphins having the first run of the Grand Final. That's a great charge. Kerr. Important tackle from the Redcliffe captain. Now the shift. Desi New outside. Paskins away from the Mumbo. Tessie New stays with him, and New will score the first try of the grand final. Brilliant work. The team late. Right. Passes deep for Lip. Now Tessie New again. A man over. Namumbo. Can't stop Tessie New grabbing the first two. Tessie New. 2 tries in the bank already. Right. Teague has the ball knocked away, kicked ahead, picked up, and they're racing away. No one will catch Tommy Casey. Simbican tries in vain against the run of play. Redcliffe's 5'8", Thomas Casey opens their account. Now Wright for Keeley. That's a great tackle from Josh James. Side of the game as we see Mosley go to a herd. Now Simbican almost pulled his way through, gets the ball away, Lip goes in. It was the pass from Simbican after Hearn found the offload as well. And after momentum shifted down for Paskins. Paskins has given some room to wind up, and then Brett Wolf says, I'm waiting. You can wind up all you want, but I'll shut it down. 3 tackles down now. They go beyond the 10. The ball is not free. They might get a result through Dobson. Oh, the Redcliffe Dolphins muscle up at home. They bash their way to a try. And the Devils a bit groggy after that set. One more pass there and the Devils were away. One more player around that breakdown. Here's Desi New. Gets the ball away. Paskins down the sideline. Blake Paskins. Tessie New returns the favour in the first half. It was Paskins for New. Now it's New for his winger. It's Casey taking the line on again. Now the kick through the line. Chasing for the ball. It's big Josh Kerr this time. The try-scoring front row forward does it again to re-enter the fray. Oh, racing in, look at that from Jaron Purcell. That's payback. The world fry, he's gone after it too. Here they go. From Mosley into Teague. Now onto the ball, James Walsh. The 19-year-old is a grand final try scorer. What a big set this is right here. Jack Ahern, Lip, flicks the ball to the outside. They're in the Devils. And it's the competition's leading try scorer, Manasi Kaho. Over him. Tessie brings it back for Wright. Tookie Simpkins, Tookie! Burst through, gets the offload away, and the pass as well. Campbell Duffy. North Devils playing in their 5th Host Plus Queensland Cup Premiership celebrate a 4th Premiership. Their 16th first grade title all time. 2024 is owned by North Devils again.